I am not done changing, out on the run, changing. I may be old and I may be young, but I am not done changing. I met someone changing, we had some fun changing. Sometimes I wonder if she'll be the one when I am done changing. Some of us stopped running, some of us went home, some of us don't got one, so we'll build one of our own. Friends behind their fences, looking at me strange, wondering when I'm gonna come to my senses, but I keep changing, and I can't change my way. I can't change my way. Now see the sky changing, reminds me of my changing. Wish I could tie me a rope around the sun, 'cause I am not done changing. Time's talking to me, whispering in my ear, saying follow your heart till it tears you apart. But hearts keep changing, hearts keep changing, hearts keep changing, hearts keep changing. Oh, hearts keep I am not done changing, out on the run, changing. I may be old and I may be young, but I am not done changing. No, I am not done changing, changing.
What a great song written by John Mayer. I just love how he's having this internal dialogue about how much he's changing. And it's cool today that we get to watch and celebrate baptisms, which we believe is someone making an outward declaration that, hey, I'm starting this adventure of being changed by Jesus. But hey, my name is David Sellers, and I'm an intern here with Kensington with both the students and young adult ministries. And if you're new today or you have any questions, there's a space out in the lobby designed specifically for you called the Hub, where you can go run into someone with an orange shirt and a smiling face who's able to answer any questions that you might have. And I personally believe that it's a great way to go and take this really big church and make it smaller and smaller until you've eventually found your home here at Kensington. One thing that you might not know about Kensington is that it's one of our values that we live with open hands. And I want to take some time this morning to celebrate something that happened this past weekend that I believe perfectly embodies this value. And that is our Thanksgiving baskets. Yeah, it's a great Kensington tradition. This was our 25th year of doing Thanksgiving baskets, and we were able to donate and deliver 1,700 meals to local families in need. Isn't that amazing? Yeah. And another very special Clinton Township Kensington tradition is coming up this Wednesday, and that's our Thanksgiving Eve midweek service. And we've designed a message for all ages so you can bring your whole family and we can kick off this holiday season with a spirit of thanksgiving and gratefulness. And another thing about Thanksgiving that's either really exciting or, if you're a procrastinator like me, terrifying, is that it means Christmas is right around the corner. And here at Kensington, we've been planning and preparing our Christmas message already. In fact, let's take a look at a video we put together in anticipation.
More stuffing? Where are the cereal?
Hey.
Ooh, yes. Oh, here.
Did you do the potatoes? Thank you.
Yes, aren't they delicious?
So good. So
Mashed
good.
potatoes are so good.
So good. Who's there?
Where's the tree?
All right, who is that?
Where's the tree?
Santa?
We usually put the tree up after Thanksgiving.
I think you're a little early.
Would you like some turkey?
Well, since I'm here, I might as well, huh?
How about the leg?
Oh, yeah, that sounds good. Wow. This is wonderful. Where's the rest of the food?
It's no secret that here at Kensington, we do Christmas big because we believe as a church, it's one of the best opportunities to be inviting friends and family so that they can come and hear about and celebrate the birth of Jesus, maybe for the first time. In fact, it's because 2 years ago, someone was brave enough to invite me to a Christmas service that I'm standing here today as an intern. So I can't stress how important, thanks guys. I can't stress how important it is that you're thinking about someone right now and you're planning and preparing how you can invite them, because it could change their whole life. And we are going to be having those Christmas services from December 22nd through the 24th at all campuses. And tickets are now available online or through our Kensington app. So as we get ready to go into the message, why don't we all stand up, say hello to some neighbors, and crunch towards the middle.
Good morning. Once again, my name is Craig. I am one of the pastors on staff here at Kensington. If you're like, you are, I've never seen you before. That's because I'm new. So if you're new today, so am I. Welcome. This is what we do. We grab new people when they walk in the door and we throw them on stage. So I'm kidding. Don't run. I actually have, I think, the best job here at Kensington. I am one part director of our church planning efforts, and I am one part teaching pastor here at Clinton Township. So I'm thrilled to be with you guys, and I think today, I'm also going to be giving the message in a few minutes. Today is a perfect day, in my opinion, for my first time up here speaking to you, because today, as we've already said, is Baptism Sunday. So in a very real way, today is all about two aspects, and there's going to be a direction that you will feel throughout the morning. On one hand, it's about change, and on the other hand, it's about gratefulness. And I think the two of those, as you will see throughout the morning, go together so perfect and so beautifully. So this morning, one of the cool things that we get to do as we kind of move into this idea of change and gratefulness is listen to a story of one of our very own, whose name is Melissa. She spends most of her time at the Troy campus, but it has been Kensington and the way that God has used Kensington in her life that has begun to draw her into relationship with Jesus and create the change that happens when that takes place. So just take a minute, turn to the screens, and this is Melissa.
So, I'm not really a religious person. Never really have been. But I've always wanted to learn more. I would love to believe in Jesus. It's not that I flat out don't, I'm just super skeptical. Hi everyone, I'm Melissa. I'm 35 years old, a mother to 3 beautiful little girls, and a wife to an awesome guy. Welcome to my blog. Pretty open book in, most aspects of my life. So I don't know why I felt this awkwardness or almost like embarrassment to share this aspect of my life. But I feel that once I did, once I put it all on social media and I'm just like, let's be open, let's be vulnerable, let's just see what happens. I just want to be like completely authentic. This is not like the first time I've tried to seek the truth or my answers or God, Jesus, anything. I've been struggling this honestly since high school. Everything that is going on nowadays makes it even harder to know where to turn for sources on this stuff. I don't know. Anyone have any advice? Ideas? I got 151 responses. And do you know of those 151 responses, how many were negative? 0. But there were 2 things that really stood out in those comments. Number 1, oh my gosh, Melissa, that's exactly how I feel. Oh my gosh, I'm going through that same thing. Please let me know what you find out. Blah, blah, blah. There's other seekers like me. And the other one was, check out Kensington, check out Kensington, check out Kensington. And I'm like, whoa, that's crazy. Like, I'm not kidding you, at least 35 comments were, go to Kensington. One of my friends actually goes to the Troy campus. Actually, she's like, Melissa, I'm telling you, message the lead pastor of the Troy campus, Danny Cox, and see if he'll meet with you. He's awesome. You know, you might be really encouraged by talking to him. So I emailed him. I explained basically my life story to him. And I was like, can we meet for a couple minutes?
When I first met her, Melissa, I was taken with her right away because that's my journey. I saw myself in her. I had so many questions about Christ.
It took him, he said, 3 years to find Christ in his 30s. So I think, my gosh, if Danny Cox, the lead pastor of a large church, if it took him 3 years to find Christ, then you know what? I can do it too. The first service I went to at Kensington was the summer of 2018, and they were doing a series called Kensington at the Movies.
Today we're going to continue on in this series by looking at Black Panther.
And the one I went to was on Black Panther. And Andrew Kim was preaching, and the message was amazing, and it totally hit home because he talked about the Mahatma Gandhi quote, I like your Christ, but I do not like your Christians.
Your Christians are so unlike your Christ. And when you hear that, it's like, ouch. That hurts, that cuts deep.
And I'm like, whoa. And the fact that Kensington recognized that, especially like on my first time there, it was really refreshing because I feel that a lot of churches just sweep that kind of stuff under the rug. Truthfully, the biggest issue I struggle with is Jesus really the Son of God? Another big question I have is there life after death? And it's really refreshing to know that here at Kensington, like, I'm not alone. Everybody doubts. Even like the Pope and Mother Teresa, they've had doubts. I didn't know that. That's crazy. Like, that makes me feel so good. So I've done a lot through Kensington. The first thing I did was I joined a course, Alpha. It just really made me open my eyes and think about things in ways I never had before. I went on a women's retreat through Kensington in the spring called Smash. I literally did all the workshops I could because I thought, you know what? I'm here by myself. I know no one. I'm here to learn.
All right, little girl, are you ready?
And she's amazing. And just everybody I've come in contact with, not even the people who work here, just like the people that attend the service. I met 1 million people here that have been amazing. Nancy Worm, she's sort of like a mentor to me, and she's amazing.
She said, I'm turning 35. I need to answer this question. I need to figure out my faith, not just for myself, but for my family now. And I don't want to wait any longer. This is the year I'm going to learn everything I need to make this decision. Having that mission has really spurred her on to take step after step after step to answer the questions that she has. She wants to land this.
My heart is open and exploding. I feel so happy. Do I still identify as a seeker? Yes. My brain needs to catch up with my heart. I'm still in the beginning stages, maybe on like mile 10 of my 100-mile walk or whatever. But it doesn't bother me. I think once you take that leap of faith, once you take that leap and you jump off and you start your journey, You don't really care when it ends. You hear churches a lot, or people on the news or on TV, they have a lot of these aha moments when coming to Christ. But what I've learned is most people that find Christ, it's not this big aha moment. It's these little tiny things over the years. And I feel like that's me. I look at where I am now and I look at where I was like a year and a half ago, and I'm night and day difference, and it's amazing. My brain, the walls are coming down more, but it hasn't quite collapsed yet like I'd like it to. Does this blog resonate with you? Are you seeking? Come take this journey with me. They say a journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step. Take that first step. You will never regret the journey.
I remember that first meeting I had with Melissa. We met in the lobby and we sat down together, and she was so intense. She was searching for truth. We had a great conversation. I recommended one particular book. I think I actually even gave it to her, and she took it home and she wrote back. She's like, no, not this kind of book. I'm looking for this. So I gave her another one and she read through that, and it's been like that ever since. She is on a mission to find out who this person of Jesus is. And what I love about her, and I think it's true for all of us, we have questions and we have doubts about faith. Even myself, to this day, I still have questions and doubts, and I don't think God is up in heaven wringing his hands going, I don't know how to answer that question. I'm not sure what to do with that doubt. God knows. And what I love about our community is that we are creating a space where people can come in with their doubts, with their questions, and engage with Jesus and with his people. And so this year, I would invite you to make a year-end Christmas gift to Kensington. And as you do that, I want you to know something. You are investing in a space where people can bring all they have in their heart and present it to Jesus. And here's what I know about Jesus. After watching work for so long in our community, he will take our questions, he will take our doubts, he will draw us into himself, and he will transform lives.
Isn't that awesome? I think one of the cool things that I have the privilege of right now, being new to the staff, is I'm kind of an outsider because I'm so new. And so one of the things that I have been doing the last 3-4 weeks that I've been on staff here is just inundating myself with Kensington, our history and what we've done and where we've done it and how we've done it. And I'll just tell you, in all honesty, I'm blown away. Like, I had a sense of, I think, what I was getting into here and how incredible this place is and how God has used it. I had no idea. Like, the reach of the generosity that comes through this place in time and in treasure is unbelievable. And so I would just echo what Danny said. My family and I are looking like so many other people right now, trying to figure out, what do we say yes to and what do we say no to this time of year when everybody's asking for something. And we as a family are given here. And we're given here because I believe it doesn't just matter. I believe that happens. Like, lives are being transformed. And not just around us, but around the world. So there's all kinds of different ways that you can do that. And as we draw near to the end of the year, I would just ask you to take a serious moment to consider, like, is this one of those places that's worth investing in to see what God continues to do here and around the world? So, and for those of you that are already doing it, just thank you. Thank you for your generosity that makes stories like Melissa's a reality for us. So I am, I'm just excited to be here today. I'm excited to get the chance over the next couple of weeks to, months, to get to know you and you to get to know me and to be able to share more and more of really my story of what brings me here to be a part of this whole thing with you. And the reason is simply this. I'm not all that sure that what God has been doing in my life is really different than things he wants to do in your life. Maybe it'll look different in how he uses you than how he uses me or how he uses somebody else. But God has been up to some really crazy stuff in my life and in my family's life that has brought us to a point that we've left really everything. We've walked away from a church we were a part of and a position I had, and you know how that goes. That means it's going to change friendships and relationships. But I think he's doing it because he has plans in store. And I don't think he's doing something unique just for me. What I'm excited about over time for you to understand more of what's going on in my life is because I think it's things that God wants to do in your life as well. The one small aspect of my story that I'll just share with you this morning, if you don't know, I started a church 12 years ago that actually Kensington was a part of helping get going. It's called Paradox. It's over in Warren. They're still going strong. They're doing great right now. But as the lead pastor of that church, I wore 40 hats in any given week. And one of them was this. I was the regular speaker on any given week. And I've had, I want to say probably just over 2 months in between the transition of leaving there and coming here, where I've not been on a stage doing this, which is the longest amount of time off of a stage speaking in over 20 years of being in ministry. And here's the only reason I'm telling you that, because as I was just even getting ready to come into this morning, I am overwhelmed with thankfulness that I get the chance to stand on a stage like this. And week in and week out, I get to tell people about what I believe is the most incredible, powerful, truest, most beautiful thing in all of reality, which is that there is a God. His name is Jesus, and he is absolutely wildly passionate about every single one of you. So this morning, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to take you to a story this morning in the book called Luke chapter 17. So if you have a physical Bible and that's your thing, you may want to get there. I'll give you a couple minutes. I'm not going to get there for a minute, but you have plenty of time to find it. We'll also put verses on the screen if you don't have a Bible. And sometimes it's just hard to figure out how to navigate. So even if you have one, you don't know how to get there, feel free to use the screen. But here's what I love about Luke 17. It's a story that if you have a background in the church, you've probably heard at some point or another. You're probably somewhat familiar with, but I don't know if you've heard it actually taught. Or taught anytime recent. It's not one of those stories, and I've grown up in the church, and it's not one of those stories that I can recall a time where I actually heard preached or talked about. And so here's what I love about that. Because whether you have a strong church background, or whether you have none, whether you're here today, you're convinced that there's a God and Jesus is his name, or you're going, I don't know, maybe. And if there is a God, I don't know if Jesus is him. This is one of those stories, because it's not an often taught one, that I think has the potential to say something new and fresh to every single one of us, no matter where we're coming from. So here's what I want to do. Before we jump into that, there is a verse in a book in the Bible called Philippians that I want to give you, because it's kind of it's like a key heart of the morning for me. We're going to start with it. We're going to go to Luke, and then we're going to wrap back around before I'm done to this passage here. Verse 6 of chapter 4. Do not be anxious about anything, but in every situation, by prayer and petition, with thanksgiving, present your requests to God. And the peace of God, which transcends all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus. So here's what I want to do. 2 things. I believe that God wrote this. I believe he authored it through human hands. So one of the things that makes sense to me, if we're going to try and understand it, is to ask the author of it to make sense of it to us. So I'm going to pray and ask him to do that. And before I do that, we're going to take a minute too, and we're just going to take up our offering this morning. And hear me. I always know this is one of those points in church where, especially for those of us that don't have a church background, we're like, it's about the money. You just need to know this. If you're new, like to Kensington, or especially just in general, you're new to the whole church thing, God thing, like we're not trying to get anything from you today. And the simple reason is this, because we believe that God is a giver, he's not a taker. So we just hope you'll take from us this morning. But there's a lot of us here that Kensington is our home. And so as the bags go around to give in, just treat that moment as you need to. And if you don't have the ability to put something in, because who keeps cash on them, there's all kinds of ways you can see up here on the screen that you can also contribute and be a part of this moment. So let me just pray, and then we're going to go into our text this morning. Father, we just come before you and acknowledge right now that you are here. I believe that. Your scriptures teach that and tell us that we're even just a few of us are gathered together. That for some reason, when we come together for you and about you, it's like your presence just hangs in a different way, a heavier way, a more visceral way. And so I pray that we would be aware of that presence. And I pray, God, that as we open up your scriptures, that you would make sense of them to us, that you would speak to us, that you would open up our minds, that where we need correction, you would correct. Where we need comfort, you would comfort. Where we need love, that you would provide love. But God, most of all, would you just give us clarity into these words, that they wouldn't be ancient words written on ancient paper, but they would be real words from the mouth of our Creator delivered today to our hearts. In Jesus' name, amen. So I'm going to ask you a question as we get going this morning. And you got to remember you're in church, so you got to tell the truth, all right? Everybody say we will. All right, somebody laughed. They're like, you scare me. All right, here's the question. Have you ever had a moment in life where you thought, or maybe you even said, or maybe said out loud, like maybe you even shouted it, but you thought this, I just wish I was more appreciated. You know, like the hand of every parent should be up right now. If you're a parent, you better have your hand up. If you don't have your hand up and you're a parent, that's because they're under one, so just wait. So my family and I, we moved into the house that we're presently in like 9 years ago, I think. And I'll never forget when we first walked into the backyard, my kids went nuts. I have 3 kids. Right now, my oldest is 16, and I have twin daughters that are 12. In the backyard, there was this gorgeous silver maple tree. If ever there was a tree that deserved a tree house, it was that tree. And so even my kids were like, Dad, you got to build a tree house in that tree. I'm like, oh, I will. So and you know what happens, like you move in and life and things get busy and then you forget. And before I knew it, it was like, oh, I haven't built the treehouse tree yet. And I'll never forget hearing my son one day talk to a friend of his, Anthony. They were in the backyard and he didn't know I was around the corner. And he goes, yeah, my dad said he was going to build a tree in the treehouse. He probably never will. And I was like, oh. Right? Like not only did that like sting, but I had this moment where I envisioned myself paying for all kinds of therapy in the future. So I'm like, oh no, the treehouse is getting built. So this was late fall, and I'm like, if I don't start now, winter's coming, it's never getting done. So we started this late fall. I decided at least I'll get the floor laid before the winter comes. Then we took a break for winter, and then in the spring we finished putting the whole thing up. Just Tobin and I did this alone. That was kind of like our thing. We didn't want any help, and we did it. And this is what we ended up coming up with. This is what we built. And so my wife thought it was a little too much. That was not what I pitched her. She was thinking something smaller. So here's what I was thinking as a dad. I'm like, they are going to celebrate me forever. You remember that scene in Tom Hanks' movie Castaway when he made the fire? And he's like, me build fire. Like, that's what I thought my kids would do. Like, my dad builder of things. Like to their kids, to their friends, to their grandkids. Like, I would just be celebrated. Not really what happened. So a couple days later, I come downstairs and I'm like, hey, where are the girls? I asked my wife, Nicole. She's like, I think they're outside in the backyard. So I'm thinking, sweet, they're in the treehouse. I'm going to go play with them in the treehouse. I go outside. Luckily, I have my phone on me because this is what I actually caught them doing. Check this out.
Hey, girls. Hey, why did you build this little structure out of pallets that I had left over?
Because we wanted a fort to play in.
Because you wanted a what?
A fort to play in.
You wanted a fort to play in. Huh. Too bad you didn't have anything like that previously built. Okay. Just wanted to double check. Y'all enjoy your fort. Love you.
They're going to be here at 10 o'clock, at 10:30. They're going to kill me for that being on the screen. But have you ever felt like that? Have you ever felt like you did something for someone, or you went out of your way to say something to someone or give something to someone, and it just went unnoticed? And you just found yourself feeling very unappreciated in that moment? I'll answer for you. Yes. If you can fog a mirror, then the answer is yes. You've all felt it. I felt it. We've all felt it. And the thing is, when we feel those, we express those moments in a lot of different ways. Sometimes passive-aggressively, sometimes aggressive-aggressively, sometimes we just bottle it up until it blows with things like, if you only knew how much I sacrificed for this family, you have no appreciation for all I do around this house. Or my favorite, for an exasperated parent, I brought you into this world and I'll... You got some angry parents in that section right over there, I think. Got some issues. Your kids must be my kids' age, 16, right? Yeah. It's like those moments in life, like they just sting. When there's a moment that you've done something and appreciation isn't demonstrated, it matters. And it doesn't just matter. I'm going to say it again. It stings. And I think it matters for probably all kinds of reasons. But the one I want to hone in on for just a minute is far less my opinion and much more the product of consistent research. There's been all kinds of studies that have been done over time on the effects of intentional gratefulness versus test groups that did the opposite, that chose to be more cynical, negative, not grateful. And it's unbelievable what we see. For example, out of one study that came from Psychology Today, this is what we read. Gratitude is so powerful that it actually activates the hypothalamus, which ends up creating a downstream effect on the metabolism, stress, and various other behaviors. The hypothalamus is located at the base of the brain and regulates hormones responsible for critical functions such as body temperature, So every time my wife complains that it's cold in the house, I'm just going to tell her she's not thankful enough. Emotional responses, I won't say that at 10:30 when she's here. Survival functions as well, like appetite and sleep. Also, one of the neurochemicals that's associated with the parts of the brain affected by gratitude is dopamine. We know that to be the what hormone? The pleasure hormone. So it went on even in this article to talk about the fact that we as a society are becoming increasingly self-absorbed. Everything is about what we don't have, what hasn't been done for us, what hasn't been said to us, what we haven't gotten. And there is this measurable rise and trend of our culture becoming more and more self-absorbed. And the reason that matters is because the more self-absorbed we become, life is about what we don't have, not what we do. What we haven't gotten instead of what we have. There's an absence of gratefulness. And in a culture where there is more self-absorption and an absence of gratefulness, we also see this. We see increase of narcissism, lack of empathy, an increase of selfish living. It's also what a lot of people believe contributes to the extremely polarized position so many of us are so frustrated with in life right now, where everybody stands in a camp so different from one another, ready to throw their darts at each other. A world that lives more and more focused on what we don't have than what we do is a world that is on a very dangerous and destructive path. And one of the things that I think we dangerously do sometimes with problems in life is we act like they're new, right? Like, this is a new problem. It was so much better in the older days. And it's not a new problem. It might be a problem on the rise, but it's not a new problem. This is one of the reasons I love the Bible so much. And when we talk about the Bible, we always say Bible stories. But I don't know if you're like this. When I hear story, I hear fiction. I hear fairy tale. These aren't stories. These are actual historical accounts. And I love that because you have these moments in the scriptures where you read about people dealing with real life frustrations, real life disappointments, real life struggles, including Jesus himself, who, though he was God in flesh, did not alleviate himself from feeling struggles, disappointments, and problems in life. And in one of the moments that we're going to read about here in Luke, you're like, man, he's going to finally get there, is a moment where he's got this group of 10 guys that need something, and he helps them out. And they have a moment like we all have where they can choose either to be grateful or not be grateful. And I think one of the cool things about this story is also it's such a great reflection of what's about to happen in these waters in a few minutes. So here's Luke. If you're there and you've been waiting for me, here we go. Verse 11. Now on his way to Jerusalem, Jesus traveled along the border between Samaria and Galilee. And as he was going into a village, 10 men who had leprosy met him. And they stood at a distance. Now, I want to make a couple of points as we go through, just a few verses here. Because I think sometimes the details in the Bible are important in what's said, and sometimes the details are important in what we see happening. And one of the first things we see happening is you got this group of 10 guys who have leprosy. I'm sure most of us are probably somewhat familiar with leprosy, but it's essentially a death sentence. Your body begins to decay, you begin to fall apart, and you've got these 10 guys that are at a distance seeing Jesus approach. And I think for all the different ways that we could probably describe how it is that we could deal with God, what we could do with God, I think you could probably boil down the spectrum into one of two camps. And you begin to see them here. One is, you can run to him. You can approach him. You can try to find him. You can try to get close to him. But the other is what these guys are doing. You can keep him at a distance. You can push him away. Or you can think that's what he's doing, is he'll keep you at a distance. And sometimes I think the reason is for similar reasons that these guys are. This issue of leprosy that they had, there's an Old Testament law that gave instructions on how to treat people with leprosy, because it was a condition that could spread and it could wreak havoc. And in this world where you didn't have the medical that we had today, it was a huge problem. But what began as instructions on how to treat someone so that this didn't spread became taken over by the religious leaders and turned into a way to ostracize these people, not just care for them in their sickness, to push them right where they are, which is to the border, outside, not welcome. One of the things that we know of lepers in Jesus' society is that there was a belief that their disease was a punishment from God. That either they or somebody in their family had done something to really tick God off, and so this is the consequences of it. And because of that, there was this absolute rejection that they experienced, where they were physically, literally, as well as socially and relationally, they were pushed to the outskirts of everything. And so here they are doing what they believe they have to do, keeping their distance from this one who's rumored to be more than just a man. And here's one of the most powerful things in this entire text. And it hit me in a different way recently as I was getting ready to speak this morning. It says that as Jesus was approaching, that he was traveling along the border between Galilee and Samaria, but he was headed to Jerusalem. Now, here's what's interesting. From where he's coming from, the most direct route to Jerusalem would be a straight shot south, through the border. But the text says he's traveling along the border. And it's a border that doesn't run north and south. It's a border that runs east and west. More specifically, it runs kind of a northwest and a southeast. Here's the point. It's the most indirect route to take to get to Jerusalem. If you're going to go to Jerusalem, you go straight south. He's taking a very indirect route. And here's what I love about this. This is where the details of the Bible are so incredible. Our God is the border-walking God who does not regard any message that says, keep your distance. He is the border-walking God who comes to all of us, who will go out of his way to find you. Even when the messages around you have been, keep your distance, he wants nothing to do with you. And so Jesus begins to approach these guys that no one else will, who has gone out of his way to find them, who no one else will. And as he gets close to them, they cry out to him and they ask for essentially the bare minimum. Verse 13 says it this way. And they called out in a loud voice, Jesus, Master, have pity on us. Here's what they're asking. Hey, would you just at least, maybe if you would and if you could God feel sorry for us? Like, would you throw us an emotional bone maybe? And here's what I love. He's like, no. I'm going to give you so much more. I'm going to give you more than you even know how to ask for. So the next couple of verses wrap it up this way. Verse 14. When he saw them, he said, go show yourselves to the priests. And so they went. And as they went, they were cleansed. And one of them, when he saw that he was healed, came back, praising God in a loud voice. And he threw himself at Jesus' feet and thanked him. He was a Samaritan. And Jesus asked him, weren't all 10 cleansed? Where's the other 9? Has no one returned to give praise to God except this foreigner? And then he said to him, rise and go. Your faith has made you well. Rise and go. Your faith has made you well. Remember, this is leprosy. Like this isn't he healed a headache. He took away a cold. I mean, this isn't even like a blind guy and he gave his sight back to him. This is leprosy. This is a death sentence. This is you don't belong in the community. This is we think God probably hates you. And your skin disease is the evidence of it. Like he healed them physically, emotionally, mentally, relationally. He literally just took them, picked them up, and plopped them into an entirely new classification in society. He changed everything for these guys. Not one thing. He changed everything. And how many of them acknowledged it? One. The text says that one guy came back and said thank you. And I love how it says that when he looked and he saw that he was healed, that's when he turned around and he went back. It almost makes you wonder, did the other 9, did they just not look down? Like, was there never a moment where they went, what the heck just happened? Or maybe they just thought, he's blowing us off like everybody else. He's sending us to make us someone else's problem. Maybe there wasn't the giant miraculous display that they would have hoped for, or maybe it just didn't happen in the time frame. Maybe it took several minutes as they journeyed, or several miles. Maybe it just didn't take place the way they thought it should take place, but it's clear that there was a moment where one of them looked and saw. And what he saw made him return to say thank you. Listen, I don't know about you, but I'll be honest. For me, part of what's difficult when I read this passage is it'd be really easy to just go, what the heck is wrong with those 9 guys? How could you not say thank you to something so incredible? And then if I'm honest, I have to look at my own life and go, how many times have I not looked down to see all that God has done because I'm so busy looking up saying, why don't you do more? Because I'm so busy complaining about what he hasn't done, I have failed to acknowledge what he has. And so this one guy acknowledges it, and he runs back to thank him. And this is where I think today is such a perfect picture of that whole moment with Jesus and this guy. Because what's going to happen in these waters in a few minutes is it's going to be men and women who have had a moment like this, where they've had an encounter with God, like a reclassification kind of encounter. This isn't just a religious thing. This is Jesus walked the border, went out of his way, found them. Maybe some of them even thinking at one point in their life all they were worthy of was pity, and realized, no. Jesus wants to give them so much more and change their lives for one reason and one reason alone. He's absolutely nuts about them, just like he's nuts about you. And here's the thing. One of the things that we do so wrong in the church sometimes is that we think this whole God thing is all about eternity. It's like the fire insurance. I don't know if you ever heard that. When I was a kid, they used to use that phrase all the time in the church. Like it's the fire insurance for heaven, get away from hell. And here's the thing. Your walk with God and stepping into relationship with the God who has been looking for you and searching for you, it doesn't just do something for eternity. It does something now. It changes right now. Everything changes. So here's what I want to do. Go back to Philippians. I want you to see this. This is where we started. Philippians chapter 4, verse 6 again. Do not be anxious about anything, but in every situation, right? Can we just be honest? We don't want to be thankful in every situation, do we? There's a lot of situations right now, just in this room, that are some pretty frustrating, unfair, horrible situations. And I read this, and there's a little bit of frustration that kicks in for me when I go, don't be anxious about anything. But in every situation, come on, God, there's some situations I don't want to be thankful in. But watch this. In every situation, by prayer and petition, with thanksgiving, present your requests to God. And this is it, verse 7. And the peace of God, which transcends all understanding, will guard your hearts and minds in Christ. There is an undeniable connection between thankfulness and gratitude and peace. A peace that can't be explained, a peace that is supernatural, a peace that literally guards, protects, encompasses your very heart and your very mind. Gratitude is the path to that. But the problem is, we want everything in life to be good. Okay, let me say me. Maybe you're better than I am. I want everything in life to be good, and then I'll feel good. Right? If situations are good, then my feelings are good. Situations are bad, feelings are what? Yeah, they're bad, they're negative, they're pessimistic. And I'm like, well, if things would just change, I would feel better. Here's what this verse tells us. Gratitude changes attitude. We're like, well, I'd have a better attitude if life was better. It's just frustrating, it's overwhelming. No. What Paul says is gratitude will change your attitude. Gratitude is a choice. And your attitude is the effect that comes from that. There's an author, her name is Ann Voskamp. She's a speaker and an author. She says it way better than me. Here's how Ann says it actually. Being joyful isn't what makes you grateful. Being grateful, that's what makes you joyful. The last word I want to point to in this text that's so important is it says that the guys, all of them, all 10 of them, were cleansed. But at the end, when the one returned, do you remember what he said? Jesus says, your faith has made you what? Well. Those are two different words. When Jesus first spoke to them, he healed them physically. That's the cleansing. But the well part, that's deeper. That's where he said, now you and me are made right and in relationship. And the path that brought him there was gratitude. It changes everything. Everything. So we started the morning listening to a really cool story of Melissa on the screen, and now we get to listen to some real life stories as they get into these waters, one of which is Andre, who is going to make his way up on the stage right now and take a minute to share his story with you that brings him here this morning. So would you just, because this can be intimidating sometimes, can you just welcome Andre and make him feel comfortable as he comes up? What's up, man? How are you?
Good morning, guys. Growing up in a oppressed city like Flint, Michigan, faith was suppressed for me. I visited the Macomb area years ago, and I remember feeling like this is the most beautiful place and that I should move here. But in my life, I faced so many difficulties. And after being released from jail, freedom became the most beautiful feeling in the world. I remember gazing at the moon among the beautiful stars and watching the way the wind whistled through the grass. The relationship with the woman I thought I would spend the rest of my life with ended. It felt like my life went from the frying pan into the fire. I had a chance to come to Macomb through a coworker, and I believe that God made this happen. With this opportunity, I've met friends that have loved and supported me and have treated me like family. However, I still question in my heart, who am I? I felt like I was someone who didn't deserve anything. I'm a failure at life and even more of a failure at love. I was at my breaking point and the beauty I had seen in my life was gone. Depression, anxiety, and stress was all I had because the people I always wanted to love me never loved me as much as I loved them. I would wake up contemplating suicide. And though I've always been loved, there was a void that no one could fill. One day at work, my manager asked me what was wrong with me, and I replied to him that I needed God. That night, he brought me to Kensington. Since then, he's walked me through a recovered relationship with God with significance and righteousness. And let me tell you, through Christ, all things are possible. The void isn't only filled, but my relationship with God has never been this close. So this is my dedication to the Son of God that dedicated his life on the cross for my sins. And by his stripes, I am healed. And also to God who rose him from the dead and who promised us eternal life if we choose to believe. My favorite start to my day is waking up. My favorite start to my night is going to sleep. My favorite part in between is thanking God for another day. Thank you, God.
That's it. Jesus is the border walking God who comes to find us all. That's awesome.
Choose this day to be grateful, Lord. I'll give you praise with an open heart. I'm waking up to heaven. I'm waking up to waking up to heaven. This day to be grateful, Lord. I'll give you praise with an open heart. I'm waking up to heaven. Oh, I'm waking up to waking up to heaven. like the sunrise, your endless love, reaching past the skies. I'm waking up to heaven. Oh, I'm waking up to you. I'm waking up to heaven. Waking up to you. For always being good. Thank you for your mercies that are new. Thank you in spirit and in truth. Thank you, I'm telling you. For always being good. Thank you for your mercies that are new. Thank you in spirit and in truth. Thank you, I'm telling you, thank you. For you when you were gone, waking up my soul, and it's my joy to thank you. Thank you, and you were gone, waking up my soul, and it's my joy to thank you. Thank you, and you were gone, waking up my soul. It's my joy to thank you. Thank you, and you were gone, waking up my soul. It's my joy to thank you. Thank you for always being good. Thank you for your mercies that are new. Thank you in spirit and in truth. Thank you, I'm telling you, thank you. For calling us to prayer. Thank you. Standing our defense. Thank you. Your love has no end. Thank you. I'm telling you, thank you. For always being good. Thank you for mercies that are new. Thank you in spirit and in truth. Thank you, I'm telling you, thank you.
So here's what's so cool about a moment in a day like this. Do you know what they had to go through and all the hoops they had to jump through to get to this day, to get in these waters? None. They just had to believe that Jesus really has been pursuing them. And so here's the cool thing. You might have come in here this morning going, I'm just going to church. Or I'm here just to see somebody else in these waters and not realize that you're actually here today for you. Maybe you're starting to realize yourself that God's been walking the border to come for you. Not out of frustration, not out of hate, not out of vengeance, not out of angst, not out of anger, out of one thing, absolute love for you. And so this morning, if something's stirring in you and you're like, man, next time, I think I want to do that. Hey, guess what? Make next time today. Like, I didn't come ready. We did. We did. We've got the ability to help you get in these waters this morning in this last song. So here's what I would just invite you to do. If you want to make today that day for you, you're like, but I don't have it all figured out. Welcome to our party. Neither do any of us. Here's what we have figured out. There is a God. His name is Jesus, and he's nuts about us. The rest of it we figure out along the way. So if that's you, and you haven't been in these waters, make today your day. Come down here to the front where we got a team of people right down here at the front of the stage who will walk you through what you need to do and make this moment your moment as well.
Love it if you guys could all stand with us. I was buried beneath my shame. Who could carry that kind of weight? It was my turn until I met you. I was breathing but not alive. All my failures I've tried to hide. It was my turn till I met you. You called my name, and I ran out of that grave, out of the darkness into your glorious day. You called my name, and I ran out of that grave, out of the darkness into your glorious day. Now your mercy has saved my soul, and your freedom is all that I know. The old man knew Jesus when I met you. You called my name, and I ran out of that grave, out of the darkness into your glorious day. You called my name, and I ran out of that grave, out of the darkness into your glorious day. I needed rescue, my sin was heavy, but chains break at the weight of your glory. I needed shelter, I was an orphan, now you call me a citizen of heaven. When I was broken, you were my healing, now your love is the air that I'm breathing. I have a future, my eyes are open, 'cause when you called my name, I ran out of that grave, out of the
feel like that's how I need to come out to preach every time. Just dancing around. I got a podium, though. That'd be weird, hard. Man, that's how you go to church. We're so glad you guys are with us this morning and you spent the day here. Can I just offer you 2 quick challenges on the way out? Somebody in your life needs to hear thank you from you this week. Maybe it's your spouse. Maybe if it's your spouse, they know. It's not a secret to them. They'll elbow you. Maybe it's one of your kids. Maybe it's a parent. Maybe it's a coworker. Maybe it's your boss. Who knows who it is, but somebody needs to hear thank you from you. And here's what I would also challenge you. Not just find them and say thank you, but some of you, you've got a big list like the rest of us of things that you're asking God to do. Don't neglect the bigger list of what he's done. Tell him thank you this week as well and acknowledge his goodness and his greatness in your life. Don't forget, next week we launch a new series called Brave that's going to end up taking us right into Christmas. So join us next week. You are loved. We'll see you next Sunday.
tell if how many people.
I am not done changing, out on the run, changing. I may be old and I may be young, but I am not done changing. I met someone changing, we had some fun changing. Sometimes I wonder if she'll be the one when I am done changing. Some of us start running, some of us went home, some of us ain't got one, so we'll build one of our own. Friends behind the fences, looking at me strange, wondering when I'm gonna come to my senses, but I keep changing, and I can't change my ways. I can't change my ways.
Wow, what a great song written by John Mayer. And I just love how he's singing about this internal dialogue he's having about how much he's changing. And it's so cool that today we get to watch people do baptisms and celebrate them. And that's them, we believe, making an outward declaration that they're just beginning this adventure of Jesus changing them. That's just so cool. Well, hey, my name's David Sellers, and I'm an intern here at Kensington. I get to work with the young adult ministries and also the student ministries. And if it's your first time here or you have any questions at all, we have a space out in the lobby designed specifically for you. It's called The Hub. It's a place you can go and have any questions answered that you might have. And I personally believe that it's just a great way to take this really big church and make it smaller and smaller until eventually you hopefully are able to find home here at Kensington. One thing that you may not know about Kensington is one of our values is to live open-handedly. And I want to take some time this morning to celebrate something really cool that happened this past weekend that I think perfectly embodies what open-handedness looks like. And that is our Thanksgiving baskets. And this is a 25-year strong tradition we have here at Kensington. And this year, we were able to provide 1,700 100 Thanksgiving meals to local families in need. Isn't that amazing? Yeah, come on. And another really special Clinton Township, Kensington tradition we have is coming up this Wednesday. It's our Thanksgiving Eve midweek. And we've designed a message for all ages so you can bring your whole family along and we can kick off this holiday season with a spirit of thanksgiving and gratefulness. And one last thing about Thanksgiving, and this can either be really exciting or if you're a procrastinator like me, terrifying. And it's that Thanksgiving means Christmas is right around the corner. And here at Kensington, we've been planning and preparing our Christmas message for you guys already. In fact, let's watch this quick video that we made in anticipation for you guys.
Where are the turkey?
Hey.
Ooh, yes. Oh, here.
Did you do the potatoes? Thank you.
Are they delicious?
So good. So good.
Potatoes are so good.
So good. Who's there?
Where's the tree?
All right, who is that?
Where's the tree?
Santa?
We usually put the tree up after Thanksgiving.
I think you're a little early.
Would you like some turkey?
Well, since I'm here, I might as well, huh?
How about the leg?
Oh, yeah, that sounds good. Wow. This is wonderful. Where's the rest of the food?
Here at Kensington, we do Christmas big. And we do that on purpose because we want it to be engaging for everybody. Because at Kensington, we believe that Christmas is one of the best opportunities we can have to invite our friends and family to come hear about and celebrate the birth of Jesus. Maybe for the first time even. I know it was 2 years ago that someone was brave enough to invite me that I came to Kensington, and now I'm standing here before you guys an intern, and it's completely changed my life. So I couldn't encourage you guys more to be thinking about someone right now and be planning and preparing how you can invite them to come sit with you at Christmas. And we are going to be having Christmas services from December 22nd through the 24th, and tickets are now available online or through the app. But as we go into the message, can everybody stand up, say hello to a neighbor, and squish towards the middle of the room?
Good morning. There's like 4 of you heard me. It's good. If I could have security pay attention to this group right there, they're going to be a problem today. Hey, my name is Craig. I'm one of the pastors on staff here at Kensington, and you're like, really? I've never seen you before. That's because I'm new. I just came in today. It's literally my first day up here on this stage. That's what we do here. When you're new, we put you on stage. So welcome. We're looking for you. Actually, I think I have the best job at Kensington. I'm not going to lie. I have one part role as director of our church planning efforts, and I have one part role, which I'm super excited about this morning, as teaching pastor here at Clinton Township alongside Chris. And I am just ecstatic to be here with you guys today. And I get to give the message in a couple minutes. And I'm just going to tell you, there's not, in my opinion, a better day to have as your first day speaking than Baptism Sunday. There are 2 primary themes that will drive us this morning, and I think you'll feel them before we're done. One is change, and that's what all of this is about today. And the other is gratitude. And you're going to see today how those 2 just go beautifully hand in hand. You're not just going to see it, you're going to witness it this morning. So I've heard also that 10:30 is the rowdy group. Is that true? Kind of. All right. 8:30 did way better, or 45, so you need a little more coffee in you. So here's one of the things I love that we get to do right now as well. And it's one of the reasons, honestly, why I'm so excited to be a part of Kensington. This is a church that is so dedicated to seeing men and women meet God, like really meet him, not just learn about him, not just know him, like meet him. And when you do, everything changes. We're going to watch a video of one of our very own, whose name is Melissa. She spends most of her time hanging out at the Troy campus, but she is one of ours, and Kensington is a place that God has been using to radically introduce himself to her and begin to change her life. So check out your screens and meet Melissa.
So, I'm not really a religious person. Never really have been. But I've always wanted to learn more. I would love to believe in Jesus. It's not that I flat out don't, I'm just super skeptical. Hi everyone, I'm Melissa. I'm 35 years old, a mother to 3 beautiful little girls, and a wife to an awesome guy. Welcome to my blog. I'm a pretty open book in, most aspects of my life. So I don't know why I felt this awkwardness or almost like embarrassment to share this aspect of my life. But I feel that once I did, once I put it all on social media and I'm just like, let's be open, let's be vulnerable, let's just see what happens. I just want to be like completely authentic. This is not like the first time I've tried to seek the truth or my answers or God, Jesus, anything. I've been struggling this honestly since high school. Everything that is going on nowadays makes it even harder to know where to turn for sources on this stuff. I don't know. Anyone have any advice? Ideas? I got 151 responses. And do you know of those 151 responses, how many were negative? 0. But there were 2 things that really stood out in those comments. Number 1, oh my gosh, Melissa, that's exactly how I feel. Oh my gosh, I'm going through that same thing. Please let me know what you find out. Blah, blah, blah. There's other seekers like me. And the other one was, check out Kensington, check out Kensington, check out Kensington. And I'm like, whoa, that's crazy. Like, I'm not kidding you, at least 35 comments were, go to Kensington. One of my friends actually goes to the Troy campus. Actually, she's like, Melissa, I'm telling you, message the lead pastor of the Troy campus, Danny Cox, and see if he'll meet with you. He's awesome. You might be really encouraged by talking to him. So I emailed him. I explained basically my life story to him. And I was like, can we meet for a couple minutes?
When I first met her, Melissa, I was taken with her right away because that's my journey. I saw myself in her. I had so many questions about Christ.
It took him, he said, 3 years to find Christ in his 30s. So I think, my gosh, if Danny Cox, the lead pastor of a large church, if it took him 3 years to find Christ, then you know what? I can do it too. The first service I went to at Kensington was the summer of 2018, and they were doing a series called Kensington at the Movies.
Today we're going to continue on in this series by looking at Black Panther.
And the one I went to was on Black Panther. And Andrew Kim was preaching, and the message was amazing, and it totally hit home because he talked about the Mahatma Gandhi quote, I like your Christ, but I do not like your Christians.
Your Christians are so unlike your Christ. And when you hear that, it's like, ouch. That hurts, that cuts deep.
And I'm like, whoa. And the fact that Kensington recognized that, especially like on my first time there, it was really refreshing because I feel that a lot of churches just sweep that kind of stuff under the rug. Truthfully, the biggest issue I struggle with is Jesus really the Son of God? Another big question I have is there life after death? And it's really refreshing to know that here at Kensington, like, I'm not alone. Everybody doubts. Even like the Pope and Mother Teresa, they've had doubts. I didn't know that. That's crazy. Like, that makes me feel so good. So I've done a lot through Kensington. The first thing I did was I joined a course, Alpha. It just really made me open my eyes and think about things in ways I never had before. I went on a women's retreat through Kensington in the spring called Smash. I literally did all the workshops I could because I thought, you know what? I'm here by myself. I know no one. I'm here to learn.
All right, little girl, are you ready to go?
And she's amazing. And just everybody I've come in contact with, not even the people who work here, just like the people that attend the service. I met 1 million people here that have been amazing. Nancy Worm, she's sort of like a mentor to me, and she's amazing.
She said, I'm turning 35. I need to answer this question. I need to figure out my faith, not just for myself, but for my family now. And I don't want to wait any longer. This is the year I'm going to learn everything I need to make this decision. Having that mission has really spurred her on to take step after step after step to answer the questions that she has. She wants to land this.
My heart is open and exploding. I feel so happy. Do I still identify as a seeker? Yes. My brain needs to catch up with my heart. I'm still in the beginning stages, maybe on like mile 10 of my 100-mile walk or whatever. But it doesn't bother me. I think once you take that leap of faith, once you take that leap and you jump off and you start your journey, you don't really care when it ends. You hear churches a lot, or people on the news or on TV, they have a lot of these aha moments when coming to Christ. But what I've learned is most people that find Christ, it's not this big aha moment. It's these little tiny things over the years. And I feel like that's me. I look at where I am now and I look at where I was like a year and a half ago, and I'm night and day difference, and it's amazing. My brain, the walls are coming down more, but it hasn't quite collapsed yet like I'd like it to. Does this blog resonate with you? Are you seeking? Come take this journey with me. They say a journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step. Take that first step. You will never regret the journey.
I remember that first meeting I had with Melissa. We met in the lobby and we sat down together, and she was so intense. She was searching for truth. We had a great conversation. I recommended one particular book. I think I actually even gave it to her, and she took it home and she wrote back. She's like, no, not this kind of book. I'm looking for this. So I gave her another one and she read through that, and it's been like that ever since. She is on a mission to find out who this person of Jesus is. And what I love about her, and I think it's true for all of us, we have questions and we have doubts about faith. Even myself, to this day, I still have questions and doubts. And I don't think God is up in heaven wringing his hands going, I don't know how to answer that question. I'm not sure what to do with that doubt. God knows. And what I love about our community is that we are creating a space where people can come in with their doubts, with their questions, and engage with Jesus and with his people. And so this year, I would invite you to make a year-end Christmas gift to Kensington. And as you do that, I want you to know something. You are investing in a space where people can bring all they have in their heart and present it to Jesus. And here's what I know about Jesus. After watching work for so long in our community, he will take our questions, he will take our doubts, he will draw us into himself, and he will transform lives.
Awesome. It's one of the things that's cool about being new to Kensington. I'm a couple weeks in, so I'm a little bit of like an insider or outsider almost, because I'm so new. And so one of the things that I've been doing just to kind of get in is inundate myself with all things Kensington, trying to understand what we've done and how we've done it and where we've done it and when we've done it, and just really saturate myself in our history. And here's what's been cool. And I say this hopefully because you can trust that in this unique place I'm at, where I'm in, but I'm just barely in. Like, I will tell you, I thought I was getting involved in something powerful that has made such an impact locally and nationally and internationally. And here's what I've learned in the last couple of weeks. I had no idea. Like, God has used this place to do so much, it's mind-boggling. Which is why if I can for 1 second, just echo what Danny said. I know this is a time of year when, like, there's so many things that we're all trying to figure out what to give to and what not, and just what to do this time of year. And I'll just tell you, here's what my family and I believe, and that's why we are invested here with everything we have, is that giving here, your time, your energy, your possessions, your treasures, trusting your finances, it doesn't just make a difference. like it's changing lives. It's literally changing lives here, around us, and around the world in an unbelievable way. My son, even as we've just been sharing at the dinner table some of the things that this new church of ours is doing, he looked at me the other day and he's like, Dad, do you realize this place is having an impact around the world? I was like, I know, isn't it crazy? He's like, yeah, and you're on staff with them now. He goes, are you sure you're ready for that? So it's like we get it, like, wow, and we get to be a part of this. So there's so many ways that you can do that, and there's some of the opportunities for how you can contribute if it's something that you're willing to do. But we would just ask that you would seriously consider it because it really does matter, and it's making such a difference. So I'm excited over my time in the next couple of weeks and months just to get to know you better and for you to get to know me. And part of what I'm excited about is the opportunity to share parts of my story that really have led to me being here. My wife and I and our 3 kids have left a church that we were involved in for 12 years, more than that actually. And you know how that goes. Maybe when you leave a church where you've been at for so long, it just affects friendships and it affects so many things in your life. And part of the reason I want to kind of share some of that over time with you is because some of the stuff that God has been doing in our lives to bring us to this place right now, I don't think is unique to us. I don't think I'm special. And I don't think God is up to something in our life to create some of what I think he's trying to create through us as a family that is any different than what he wants to do through you. Like he has plans and dreams and visions, and hopefully part of maybe me getting to know you and you getting to know me will create a reality for some of you that, holy smokes, the creator of the universe knows me, has plans for me, and all I have to do is trust him to step into those. I think the small part of my story I'll give you this morning is this. The church I was at, I wasn't just at, I actually started it 12 years ago. So I was the lead pastor there for the last 12 years, and they're over in Warren. It's called Paradox. They're still doing great, but I just had a moment where I felt like God was moving me from that. And in my role there as lead pastor, I probably wore at any given time a million hats, but one of them was I was the primary speaker. So every Sunday, most of the weeks, most of the year, I was doing this. And in the transition from there to here, it dawned on me recently, I've not been on a stage giving a message in probably just over 2 months now, which has been the longest amount of time not doing this in over 20 years of working in the church. And I think the reason I want to tell you that is because, especially fitting with what we're going to talk about today, it just hit me in a really powerful way. I am so thankful, and I am so grateful that I get the opportunity to stand on a stage like this week in and week out and tell you all about what I think is the truest, realest, most beautiful thing in all of existence. And it's that there is a God. His name is Jesus, and he is absolutely wildly passionate about every one of you. And some of you might be going, I don't even know if I believe in him. Doesn't change how he feels about you. He's nuts about you still. So here's what I'm going to do. I want to take us to a place in the Bible this morning that is a story found in a book called Luke. It's in the 17th chapter. So if you're tactile and you like to actually have your Bible in hand, I'll give you a couple minutes to get there before I do. We also put all the verses on screen, or some people use Bible apps like YouVersion, so whatever your choice is. Luke 17 is where we're going to go. And here's what I love about Luke 17. If you have a church background, this probably isn't an unfamiliar story to you. You've heard it at some point or another. It's about these 10 guys who were sick, they had leprosy, and Jesus healed them. But here's what I love. Even though if you have a church background and you maybe heard this story before, you're familiar with it, I grew up in the church, and I can't think of one single time I've heard a message taught from this. So whether you have a strong church background or no church background, whether you're here today and you're like, there's a God, and his name is Jesus, or you're like, I don't know. This is one of those kinds of stories that I think stands unique in the Bible with an ability to say something fresh to all of us this morning. So that's where we're going to go. And before we get there, I just want to read one passage out of a different place that I think, for me, sets a bit of kind of trajectory and where we're going to head. And by the end of the morning, I'm going to bring us right back to the same passage out of Philippians. Chapter 4 says this, verse 6. Do not be anxious about anything, but in every situation, by prayer and petition, with thanksgiving, present your requests to God. And the peace of God, which transcends all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus. So one of the things that's a habit for me before I speak is I am absolutely convinced that this book was authored by God through the hands and the minds and the experiences of men. But since God authored it, it makes sense to ask him to explain it to us. So I'm going to do that for a minute. I'm just going to pray, and then we're going to dive in. Father in heaven, Here's what's so good this morning is I believe you're not just in heaven, but you're here with us. And I am just aware that you are the God that the scriptures say gives names to us all. That you even say in the scriptures that there's a day when every knee will bow before you and declare Jesus as Lord. So even for a moment this morning now, I just want to bow before you. And on knee, I want to say, you are Jesus, you are Lord, you are God, you are Creator, you are good, you are here. The scriptures tell us that even if just like two of us came today, you've told us that you would be here in some kind of unique way, where your presence would just be more felt and real and visceral and heavy even in this place in a good way. Well, there's more than two of us, God, so would you be so present today as to capture our attention and most of all our hearts and give us what we need from you today, whether that's encouragement, affection, correction, or just that gentle sense that you're with us, beside us in all things. Make sense of your scriptures that you gave us to help us understand you better and what life done with you looks like. In Jesus' name, amen. All right, so I'm going to ask y'all a question. Before I do, let me do this first. One of the things that is really a part of us for a Sunday morning is taking up our offering. And this is one of those weird parts of church sometimes that we can go, everything's worship, and then we take money. Actually, I think that's a part of worship. But here's the one thing I do want you to know is we're going to take up our offering right now is if you're new to Kensington or if you're new to church, like just let those bags pass you by. And the reason is because we're not trying to get anything out of you this morning. Our God is a giver. He's not a taker. So you just feel free to take from us. But there are many of us here that Kensington is our church. Jesus is our Lord. We know what to do at this moment. And so you do what's appropriate for you in this moment as those go by you. So here's a question I want to ask this morning. And you're in church, so you got to tell the truth, all right? Everybody say, we will. Some of you didn't say we will. All right. Have you ever thought, or maybe even said out loud, maybe you've even shouted it out loud, you ever thought this, I just wish you appreciated me more. I just wish you appreciated me more. Like the hand of everybody who's a parent should be up right now, right? Yes. And if you're like, I'm a parent and I don't feel like that, then they're under one. Just wait, right? So the house that my family and I live in, we moved into like 9 years ago. And when we got there, I'll never forget my kids, and we all walked into the backyard. I got 3 kids and my wife, Nicole, and they're here somewhere. And we walk into the backyard, and there's this gorgeous silver maple tree in the backyard. Like, if there ever was a treehouse tree, it was this tree. And everybody knew it. Like, all my kids were like, Dad, we got to build a treehouse. So right away, I was like, treehouse on. We're going to build a treehouse. But you know what happens? Like, you move in, and then it's unpacked boxes. A year later, they're still not unpacked, and life gets busy. And years later, I still hadn't built the treehouse. And I'll never forget this one day. My son's in the backyard, and he's talking to his friend Anthony. And he didn't know I was in earshot. And he goes, yeah, my dad said he was going to build a treehouse. He probably never will. And I was like, oh. And not only did that sting, but then I had all these pictures of therapy bills I'd have to pay one day. So I just determined right then and there. It was late fall, but I didn't care. I'm like, I'm building a treehouse. I'm like, all right, let's get the floor in before winter, and then we'll pause, and then we'll build everything else come the spring. And so we did. And this was a project my son and I did. We kept turning down help because I wanted it to be our thing. So by that spring, this is what we ended up with. It was a little bit more extreme than I told my wife it was going to be. And my neighbor thinks I'm nuts. He doesn't know what to make of me. But we get this thing built. And do you remember that scene in Tom Hanks' movie, Castaway, when he made fire? If you ever saw the movie, where he was like, I make fire. Like, that's what I thought my kids would do about me for the rest of their lives. My dad, builder of things. Like, it just praise me to their friends and praise me to their kids one day and praise me to their grandkids. Like, that's just what I thought was going to happen. A couple days later, I come downstairs and I'm like, hey, where are the girls? My twin daughters. And my wife goes, oh, they're outside. I'm like, oh, they're in the treehouse. I know it. I'm like, I'm going to go play with them in the treehouse. It's going to be such a special moment with me and my girls. So I walked outside, and luckily I had my phone on me because this is actually what I found them doing. So I recorded it. Check it out.
Hey, girls. Hey, why did you build this little structure out of pallets that I had left over?
Because we wanted a fort to play in.
Because you wanted a what?
A fort to play in.
You wanted a fort to play in. Huh. Too bad you didn't have anything like that previously, Belt. Okay, just wanted to double check. Y'all enjoy your fort. Love you.
I had to beg their permission to put that on the screen in front of you today. But have you ever had a moment like that where you've gone out of your way to do something or to say something or to give something and it just went unlooked or overlooked? It went ignored. In a moment where you just found yourself going, ooh, like it's a palate fort moment where you're like, don't you see what I just, and there's no appreciation. Like if you had that, I mean, I'll answer for you. Yes, if you can fog a mirror, you've had that moment. We've all had that moment. And when you have a moment where there's a lack of gratitude and appreciation for something that you've done, like that matters. And it doesn't just matter. Those moments sting, if we're honest. They cut. And part of the reason why they matter, like we could probably come up with a list of reasons, but part of the reason I want to narrow down on for a minute is far less my opinion and much more backed up by all kinds of research and study. There have been countless studies that have been done with different groups of people to see, like, what happens when one group intentionally chooses gratitude, thankfulness, versus a controlled group that doesn't. And maybe even more intentionally chooses things like pessimism, being negative, complaining, and the effects are unbelievable. One study that I read in Psychology Today literally boiled it down to this line: a lack of gratitude leads to a loss of life. You know, isn't that a little bit extreme? Maybe. This is part of what that research concluded. Gratitude ends up activating the hypothalamus, which creates, in effect, a downstream on metabolism, stress, and all other kinds of various behaviors. The hypothalamus is located at the base of the brain and regulates hormones responsible for many critical functions, such as body temperature. So, by the way, next time my wife when you complain about the heat in the house from now on, this says you're not being thankful for things in your life. That's what it says. You'd be warmer if you were happier. I have a comfy couch. I don't care. Appetite, sleep, emotional responses. As a matter of fact, one of the neurochemicals associated with parts of the brain affected by gratitude is dopamine, which we know as what? The pleasure hormone. Right. So as I continued to read and I went on, the article also started to draw conclusions between the way that we as a culture are becoming more self-centered and our lack of being a gracious, gratitude-filled people. The more we are self-absorbed, the more we look at life and go, I don't have, you didn't do, you didn't say, leads us to be, and nobody should be surprised by this, but it leads us to be less the people that go, I do have, you did say, and thank you. And in that culture, what we are becoming, according to this study, is this. We are becoming more narcissistic, full of less empathy, less giving, more selfish, and it's also lending to us being the more polarized people that we are constantly frustrated with when we see, where we just set up in our camps and throw darts at one another. Here's the bottom line. A culture of people that is becoming increasingly self-absorbed is becoming less gracious and is becoming less thankful. And that is a culture of people on a destructive, dangerous path. The loss of gratitude leads to a loss of life. And one of the things that I think we have a problem sometimes doing when we hear about problems is we start to think that they're brand new. Like, well, that's why we should go back to the good old days. Well, I don't know that the good old days were tons better. Like, there might be some real validity to the fact that this is a problem on the rise, but it's not a new problem. And this is what I love so much about the Bible. This is where the Bible becomes so powerful at times. Because one of the things we do when we talk about the Bible is we call it Bible stories. I don't know if you're like me, but the word story for me always conjures up ideas of fiction and fantasy. This is not a book of fiction and fantasy. This is a book of biblical historical accounts. These are real men and women who had to deal with real moments in life. Real frustrating moments, real disappointing moments, including Jesus, who being the God of creation put human skin on and walked among us and yet did not refuse for himself the ability to encounter constant disappointment in life. And in one of those moments, it's the one we're going to read about in Luke. You're like, man, he's going to finally get to Luke. Good grief. is a moment where he has this encounter with these 10 people that need something, and he offers something, and they have a choice to make, whether or not to acknowledge it and be thankful or not. So here's the way that this goes. Verse 11. Now on his way to Jerusalem, Jesus traveled along the border between Samaria and Galilee. And as he was going into a village, 10 men who had leprosy met him, and they stood at a distance. As we read, I'm going to point out just a couple of quick things, because I think sometimes what's as powerful as what is said is also what we see. So one of the things that we see in the story is you've got these 10 guys, and it says they were at do you remember what it say? Distance. There was a distance that they're keeping from Jesus. And I don't know if you have any historical background in the Bible and know anything about it, but these guys with leprosy, there's all kinds of issues. For one, it is a condition that can be contagious. You can spread it. And so there was an Old Testament law that had very specific and clear instructions on how to handle people with leprosy. But over time, part of what happened is what was intended to be a way to care for these people became a heartless reaction to them. And instead of caring for them, they were just ostracized and pushed away. And then you add to that, there was also this spiritual belief that their sickness, their illness was evidence of God's displeasure with them. That either they or somebody in their family line had really jacked it up. And so God had kind of punished them with this illness. So you wrap all of that together, and these lepers in this society become some of the most outcast people. That's why they're where they are. They're on the outskirts. They're on the border. They're not in the town because nobody wants them around. And I think there's probably a lot of different ways that we can react to the idea of Jesus. But I think whatever they are on that spectrum, you could probably boil them down into one of two camps that you start to see here. Camp number one is that we can approach him. We can go to him. We can try to understand him. We can try to know him. We can learn about him. That's the process that Melissa's on. That's the journey she's on. But we can also do what these guys have done and keep them at a distance. Not sure what to do with them. And here's been my experience. Most of the time when we keep them at a distance, a lot of times it's because we think he's keeping us at a distance. A lot of times it's for reasons similar to these guys. Because there are a lot of loud voices that have told them, God doesn't want nothing to do with you. You're a little too jacked up. You're a little too dirty. You're a little too messed up. We know what you've done. And so God doesn't want anything to do with you. And by effect, neither do we. And I can't tell you the amount of men and women I have talked to over the years that I've been a pastor that have kept God at a distance because other people told them they had to. Because other people made them believe God was keeping them at a distance. Now here's where Jesus, in one of the easily overlooked details, begins to demonstrate what makes him so incredible. The text tells us that he was traveling along the border between Samaria and Galilee. But we know that his destination is Jerusalem. If he's going to go to Jerusalem, the most direct route to Jerusalem is a straight shot south. But he's traveling along the border between these two towns that doesn't go north and south. It runs east and west. More accurately, it runs like northwest and southeast. Here's the point. It's the most indirect route to take if you're going to Jerusalem. If you're going to go to Jerusalem, just turn south and go through the border, not along the border. Here's what I love about that detail. Here's this group of men on the border because that's where they've been pushed to, told by the society around them and the religious leaders around them, you're not worthy of God. And God says, I'm going to walk the border till I find them. Because he is the border walking God who goes out of his way to always find us and let us know how much we matter to him, no matter what voices told us different. So he goes out of his way, not direct route. He goes out of his way and he comes to these guys. And it says, from a distance, they start to cry out to him. Now watch this. What they ask from him is the bare minimum. Verse 13. And they cried out in a loud voice, Jesus, Master, have pity on us. So here's what they're saying. If you would, maybe, would you feel sorry for us? How about just an emotional bone? Could you throw that to us? And I don't know if that's you, but I know I've talked to so many people that they think that that's about all that they're worthy of from God is maybe just a little bit of pity, maybe an emotional bone from God, but that's about all that they could get. And here's what I love. Jesus is like, no. I'm going to give you so much more than that. And this is what he does. When he saw them, he said to them, go show yourselves to the priests.
And as they went, they were cleansed. And one of them, when he saw that he had been healed, came back praising God in a loud voice. And he threw himself at the feet of Jesus and thanked him. He was a Samaritan. And Jesus asked him, weren't all 10 cleansed? Where are the other 9? Has no one returned to give praise to God except for this foreigner? And then he said to him, rise and go. Your faith has made you well. Rise and go. Your faith has made you well. Here's what I love. This is not just a healing of something small and simple. Right? This isn't like he fixed a headache or a cold. I mean, this isn't even like he took a blind guy and made him see. Right? This is a disease that literally, it makes you a complete outcast on every level. It puts you into a social class that nobody wants anything to do with you. This changes everything for them. It changes them physically. It changes them emotionally. It changes them socially. It changes them on every level. It literally reclassifies who they are in society. And he gives them this incredible moment. And what happens? Pallet fort. Pallet fort happens. One comes back. And I love Jesus here. It's almost like, is he being sarcastic? Didn't I heal 10 of you and only one comes back? So I'm like, see, sarcasm is biblical. So he's like, where's the others? But you know what I love about it? It says the one that came back, I don't know if you caught this. It says when he saw that he had been healed, he turned around and he went back and he thanked him. And it makes me wonder, did the other 9 not look down? Did the other 9 never go, what? Or did they maybe just think Jesus was blowing them off and sending them to make them someone else's problem? Maybe things didn't happen the way that they expected. Maybe there was this hope that, okay, if you're God, then there should be this miraculous display. Or maybe it didn't happen in the time frame. Maybe it happened minutes after they left or miles after they had been walking. But for some reason, they never saw what he did and never returned. But one of them took a moment to look and see, holy smokes, he just did this for me. And he returned. And it just makes me wonder if some of us aren't in a little bit of that pattern in our own lives. If I could go through this room, there's countless stories of things that are going on right now that you're asking God for. Maybe some of you don't even know how to ask him. Maybe some of you are waiting to be convinced that there is a him so that you could ask him something. But there are things that we would love to see God do. And I just wonder if some of us haven't gotten the habit of so often saying, God, will you, that we're neglecting to see what God has done. That we're looking at all the things that he hasn't. And we're overlooking all the things that he has. And that we're still the ones walking away. Because we haven't just looked. And I'm not saying there's not stuff. I got a pile of stuff that I want to see him do. So do you. But I'm saying the only pile that's bigger than what he has yet to do is what he's already done. And will you be the one that says thank you to him? Will you be the one that returns to him? And here's the thing. The crazy thing about stepping into a moment with Jesus is that it has the power, and you see it in this guy's life, to change everything. See, one of the things that we've done wrong in the church, I think sometimes, is we develop this idea that our belief in Jesus and our faith in Jesus, it's all about afterlife. When you step into a relationship with God, it is not just about afterlife. It is about this life, right here and right now today. It changes everything. This isn't just you get heaven. This is you get a personal walk with God now. Go back to the passage I took us to at the beginning, if you would. Back in Philippians, says this. Do not be anxious about anything, but in every situation, by prayer and petition, with thanksgiving, present your requests to God. Can we just be honest? We don't want to be thankful in every situation, right? It says, with thanksgiving in every situation. There's a lot of situations where I read this and I'm like, I don't want to be thankful in every situation. He said, but watch. In every situation, with thanksgiving, present your requests to God. Now watch this, verse 7. And the peace of God, which transcends all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus. Here's what we tend to want. If life is the way I want it to be, then I'll feel good. I'll feel less stressed out. I'll feel less frustrated. Life is good. I feel good, right? Life is bad or life is frustrating. My outlook is frustrating. My feelings are frustrating. My emotions are frustrating, right? I mean, it makes sense. But here's where Jesus is crazy. And the way of Jesus is absolutely paradoxical, but it works. And this is what this text is telling us. Gratitude will change your attitude. What we want is we want everything to work out and then we'll feel good. And he says, no, actually, here's what's crazy. I've literally made your brain in such a way that when you live with gratitude, it changes your attitude. See, gratitude is your choice. How you then feel becomes the effect. Changes everything. And you see it in this guy because there are these two important words in this text. One says that when Jesus said you are cleansed, that was something that all 10 of them got. And they go away. And then the one sees it and he comes back. But the passage wraps up with Jesus saying, your faith has made you, what do you say? Well. Those are two different words. When it says that they were cleansed, that's a reference to what happened on the outside. Literally, the physical condition they had was taken away. God did that for them. But because the one acknowledged it and with thankfulness returned, there became this moment between he and Jesus that went so much deeper than just something on the surface. The well that he was made is a reference to him being made right with God. That suddenly he stepped into this immortal, eternal relationship. Why? Because gratitude became the path that led him back to his maker. It changes everything. Everything. Ann Voskamp, she's an author and a speaker, says it way better than I will, so we'll use her quote. This is what she says. Being joyful in what makes you grateful. Being grateful is what makes you joyful. Being grateful is what makes you joyful. So I just want to offer you just a really quick challenge here this morning. For those of you that are in the room and you're like, man, I get this, and I Jesus, and I'm following him, and this is right, and this is good. Here's my challenge to you. At some point this week, find somebody in your life that has been a part of helping you in your journey. Maybe it was 10 years ago. Maybe it was 10 days ago. Maybe it was 20 years ago. But who's somebody in your life that was one of the voices that did not make you feel like you had to keep your distance? That you came to believe Jesus loved you because of how they loved you. Thank them. And let them know how much that matters. And for others of you, you're like, I'm not there, man. I don't know what I think of God yet. I guarantee there is somebody in your life right now who desperately needs somebody to let them know that something they have done matters. And your gratitude has power in it. Offer that to them. This morning, we got to start with a really cool story on screen of somebody's life who is being changed as they meet Jesus. And now we get to hear somebody live on stage. So would you just invite out my friend Matt as he's going to come up and before he gets in these waters, share the journey that he has been on in his story with you. And this can be a little intimidating, so give him a good welcome.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. I just wanted to thank Kensington Church for giving me this opportunity to share my story with everyone. It's been quite a journey, and I'm grateful to be here today. Also for my family being here, my mom, my grandma, my mother and father-in-law, and then my wife, Lydia, as we take this journey together. A little anxious. Sheet of paper was perfectly fine when I got here. Now it's a little crumpled up. But like most rebellious, troubled young teens, I faced a lot of struggles growing up. Made us who we are today, and I'm eternally grateful for my mom. Love you, Mom. Thank you for everything. But during this time, I did become an atheist. No longer believed in God, always kind of relied on myself to carry my weight, carry all my burdens, and it put a lot of weight on my soul. And for a while there, I always felt alone on the inside. Had a lot of friends, had a couple relationships, but nothing filled the void. There was always something missing. So a little over 6 years ago, met my wife, Lydia. She took a chance on a crazy guy like me. Her parents, strongly Christian, always joyous, always grateful, and I felt myself, over the years, slowly gravitate towards that. For the first handful of years, though, we didn't talk about religion very much. She would always try to mention things here and there, but I was always sort of receptive of it. Like, yeah, I'll listen to you, but I know in my heart there's nothing out there. Then, a little less than 2 years ago, I decided to make a career change between being on call, living paycheck to paycheck with salary. I just couldn't have it anymore and just wanted out. It was wearing me thin, and I often contemplated taking my own life. And I know without God's love in Lydia and God's love in me, I probably wouldn't be here today. So to be able to share this story means a lot. Thank you. My career change consisted of working an entry-level office position, working at a restaurant on the weekends, 7 days a week, 70 hours. And we were 3 months away from being married when we found out we were expecting a little boy on the way. 2 days after that, my Crohn's disease took a nosedive, and I was incredibly unwell. Felt like I worked so hard to get to where I was, and my life was literally crumbling underneath me. So one morning when I pulled up to work, I decided to pray. To who it was, I didn't know at the time, but now I do. And every morning continued to pray more and more, and just felt God's love rushing within inside of me and feeling better each day. And then a little over a year ago, decided to come to Kensington, and our lives have changed forever. When I'm here, all my worries and sorrows wash away, and everything's so great. So thank you, Kensington. And I've always tried to reach for the big thing before God was around. I get depressed and upset with myself when I didn't meet those hurdles. But now that I've learned, no matter what happens, God has a plan for my family, and I know everything will be okay. This baptism is a representation of my renewed faith in God and my restored view on life. I pray that God continues to bless each and every one of you. And if you ever feel like your life is crumbling underneath you, I pray that God will show you the light by challenging you to make you stronger in life and faith like he did for mine. Thank you. Amen.
There's a specific group of you in the room I just want to talk to for one quick minute. It's those of you that have had a moment, and frankly, that moment could have even happened today. It could have happened yesterday. It could have happened at any point where you came to believe, yeah, there's a God. I don't have it all figured out, which, by the way, welcome to the rest of our circus. None of us do. But you're like, and it's Jesus, and he loves me. And I want to figure out how to do this thing, this life with him. But you've not been here yet. I want to invite you to realize today's your day too. Don't make this just about everybody else. I mean, Matt's was an awesome story, but Matt's story, I'm convinced, is also some of your stories that are sitting out there. And you feel it. I know. Some of you feel something stirring. And maybe today you came here going, it's just a church day. And God was like, nope, there's going to be more than that for you today. Don't resist him. Don't fight him right now. Because he is the border walking God who has been coming for you with love, not anger, not hate, not agitation, with love and affection and adoration. And he's inviting you to fall into his arms. So my challenge to you this morning is fall into this tank. Then you get up out of that seat and you're like, oh man, I would love to. I just didn't bring a change of clothes. Hey, guess what? We did.
We have clothes. We have people. We have a process. They're all right down here, and they're waiting for you. As a matter of fact, they have been putting things together all week just for you for this moment and everybody else up here. So if you're deciding today's the day, yeah, then we're ready for you to make this today. Because our God is the border walking God who goes out of his way for all of us for one reason. He is nuts about you.
I choose this day to be grateful, Lord. I'll give you praise with an open heart. I'm waking up to heaven. I'm waking up to waking up to choose this day to be grateful, Lord. I'll give you praise with an open heart. I'm waking up to heaven. I'm waking up to you. I'm waking up to heaven. For always being good. telling you thank you for always being good. Thank you for the mercies that are new. Thank you in spirit and in truth. Thank you. I'm telling you, thank you.
All right, if you guys could stand and celebrate with us during this last song. I was buried beneath my shame. Who could carry that kind of weight? It was my tomb until I met you. I was breathing but not alive. All my failures I've tried to hide. It was my tomb till I met you. You called my name, and I ran out of that grave, out of the darkness, into your glorious day. You called my name, and I ran out of that grave, out of the darkness, into your glorious day. Now your mercy has saved my soul, and your freedom is all that I know. The old made new. Jesus, when I met you, you called my name, and I ran out of that grave, out of the darkness, into your glorious day. You called my name, and I ran out of that grave, out of the darkness, into your glorious day.
Come on, let's declare this together. I need a rescue.
I needed rescue, my sin was heavy, but chains break at the weight of your glory. I needed shelter, I was an orphan, now you call me a citizen of heaven. When I was broken, you were my healing, now your love is the air that I'm breathing. I have a future, my eyes are open, 'cause when you call my name, I ran out of that grave, out of the darkness, into your glorious day. You call my name, and I ran out of that grave, out of the darkness, into your glorious day.
1, 2, 3, go! Oh, what a glorious day! What a glorious day!
Man, that's how you do church. Every now and then on days like this, I get this little bit of a picture of what it's going to one day be like when we actually stand in the presence of Jesus, and the only thing maybe louder than our voices will be the angelic ones. But together, we will see him, we will worship, life change will be in front of us like, man, this is real. The border walking Jesus changes lives. So glad that you guys were here with us today. Were you glad you were here? Then don't miss next week as we launch off a new series called Brave. And that's going to take us right up into Christmas. So be with us next week and for the rest of the month. You don't want to miss it. You are loved. We're so glad you were with us today. We'll see you next Sunday.
I am not done changing, out on the run, changing. I may be old, I may be young, but I am not done changing. I met someone changing, we had some fun changing. Sometimes I wonder if she'll be the one when I am done changing. Some of us stopped running, some of us went home, some of us don't got one, so we'll make one of our own. Friends behind their fences, looking at me strange, wondering if I'm gonna come to my senses, but I keep changing. I can't change my way. I can't change my way. I see the sky changing, reminds me of my changing. Wish I could tie me a rope to the sun when I am done changing. Time's talking to me, whispering in my ear. Follow your heart till it tears you apart, but it's still changing. Hearts keep changing. Yeah, hearts keep changing. Hearts keep I am not done changing, out on the run, changing. I may be old and I may be young, but I am not done changing. Changing, changing.
Man, what a great song written by John Mayer. And I just love the way he's singing about this internal dialogue that he's having about how much he's changing. And it's so cool that today we get to watch and celebrate baptisms, which we believe is someone standing up and declaring, I'm starting this wild adventure of being changed by Jesus. Well, hey, my name's David Sellers, and I'm an intern here at Kensington. I work with the young adult ministry and the student ministries. And I just want to say welcome and good afternoon. And if you're new here or you have any questions at all, we have a space out in the lobby designed just for you called The Hub. And it's a place where you can go with any of your questions and you'll be answered with a smiling face and an answer to any question you might have. And if you're brand new, we have a special gift we would love to give you. One thing you might not know about Kensington is one of our values is open-handedness. And I want to take some time this afternoon, to celebrate a tradition that I believe perfectly embodies open-handedness. And that's our Thanksgiving baskets. In the last 48 hours, we had 1,700 Thanksgiving meals delivered throughout our local community. And this has been a tradition at Kensington for 25 years. How amazing, how open-handed, I love that. And another really special Clinton Township tradition we have is our Thanksgiving Eve midweek service. And that's going to be this Wednesday. And we have a message that's designed for all ages. So you can bring your whole family along and we can kick off this holiday season with the spirit of thanksgiving and gratefulness. And one last thing about Thanksgiving that can be either really exciting or, if you're a procrastinator like me, terrifying, is the fact that Thanksgiving means Christmas is right around the corner. And here at Kensington, we're already planning and preparing our Christmas service for you guys. In fact, let's watch a quick video that we put together in anticipation.
Hey.
Ooh, yes, I do.
Did you do the potatoes? Thank you.
Yes, are they delicious?
So good. So good.
Potatoes are so good.
So good. Who's there?
Where's the tree?
All right, who is that?
Where's the tree?
Santa?
We usually put the tree up after Thanksgiving.
I think you're a little early.
Would you like some turkey?
Well, since I'm here, I might as well, huh?
How about the leg?
Oh, yeah, that sounds good. Wow. This is wonderful. Where's the rest of the food?
It's no secret that here at Kensington, we do Christmas big. And we do that because we think Christmas is one of the best opportunities we have as a church to be inviting our friends and family so that they might come and hear and celebrate Jesus and his birth for possibly the first time. As a matter of fact, it's because someone was brave and invited me to a Kensington Christmas service that I'm standing here today as an intern. So I really can't put enough... Thanks, guys. Thanks, yeah. I can't stress enough how important it is that you're thinking about someone right now and you're planning and preparing for how you can invite them to come celebrate with you. And our Christmas services, so you do know, are going to be on December 22nd, 23rd, and 24th. And we're going to have, across all campuses, we'll be having messages for you guys. And tickets are now available online and through your app. So as we go into the message, why don't you stand up, meet one of your neighbors, and scooch a little closer to the middle. Crunch it up.
Good morning. Wow, there's like two of you that are with me. Good morning. It's good, you guys. We're not in school. Don't make me talk. Yeah, I'm so glad to be here with you guys this morning. If you're like, we don't know who you are. My name is Craig. Clearly I have a couple fans. I'm liking that. That's good. I'll take it. I've heard actually that there's a different personality of all the services. I'm going to derail for a minute. And I've heard that 10 o'clock is the most rambunctious. I'm not believing it. I'm right. I'm gonna put my money on 12:15. So that response already was better than 10:30. So let's get this going. I'm thrilled to be here. I'm going to tell you, I think, all honesty, I got the best job at Kensington. I got two parts job. One part, I'm the director of all of our church planting efforts nationside. And other part is I am teaching pastor, one of the teaching pastors here at Clinton Township. So I'm thrilled to be able to be a part of this with you. And as you just heard, we've got incredible things coming up in the weeks ahead. But we have an unbelievable day in front of us as well. So I just wanted to set that up for a quick minute. We have essentially two themes that are going to drive us forward this morning. One of those themes is gratefulness, and the other is change. And the cool thing is you're going to get to see that change today. We're not just going to talk about it. We're going to witness it. And I think by the time we're done, what you're going to see is that gratefulness and change have this beautiful harmony together. So one of the cool things that we're going to get to do right now is listen to the story of somebody. Her name is Melissa, who is one of us. She spends most of her time hanging out at the Troy campus, but it has been Kensington that God has used in an instrumental way to begin to walk her into relationship with himself and all the change that has been the product of that. So take a minute, turn to your screens, meet Melissa.
So, I'm not really a religious person. Never really have been. But I've always wanted to learn more. I would love to believe in Jesus. It's not that I flat out don't, I'm just super skeptical. Hi everyone, I'm Melissa. I'm 35 years old, a mother to 3 beautiful little girls, and a wife to an awesome guy. Welcome to my blog. I'm a pretty open book in, most aspects of my life. So I don't know why I felt this awkwardness or almost like embarrassment to share this aspect of my life. But I feel that once I did, once I put it all on social media and I'm just like, let's be open, let's be vulnerable, let's just see what happens. I just want to be like completely authentic. This is not like the first time I've tried to seek the truth or my answers or God, Jesus, anything. I've been struggling this honestly since high school. Everything that is going on nowadays makes it even harder to know where to turn for sources on this stuff. I don't know. Anyone have any advice? Ideas? I got 151 responses. And do you know of those 151 responses, how many were negative? 0. But there were 2 things that really stood out in those comments. Number 1, oh my gosh, Melissa, that's exactly how I feel. Oh my gosh, I'm going through that same thing. Please let me know what you find out. Blah, blah, blah. There's other seekers like me. And the other one was, check out Kensington, check out Kensington, check out Kensington. And I'm like, whoa, that's crazy. Like, I'm not kidding you, at least 35 comments were, go to Kensington. One of my friends actually goes to the Troy campus. Actually, she's like, Melissa, I'm telling you, message the lead pastor of the Troy campus, Danny Cox, and see if he'll meet with you. He's awesome. You might be really encouraged by talking to him. So I emailed him. I explained basically my life story to him. And I was like, can we meet for a couple minutes?
When I first met her, Melissa, I was taken with her right away because that's my journey. I saw myself in her. I had so many questions about Christ.
It took him, he said, 3 years to find Christ in his 30s. So I think, my gosh, if Danny Cox, the lead pastor of a large church, if it took him 3 years to find Christ, then you know what? I can do it too. The first service I went to at Kensington was the summer of 2018, and they were doing a series called Kensington at the Movies.
Today we're going to continue on in this series by looking at Black Panther.
And the one I went to was on Black Panther. And Andrew Kim was preaching, and the message was amazing, and it totally hit home because he talked about the Mahatma Gandhi quote, I like your Christ, but I do not like your Christians.
Your Christians are so unlike your Christ. And when you hear that, it's like, ouch. That hurts, that cuts deep.
And I'm like, whoa. And the fact that Kensington recognized that, especially like on my first time there, it was really refreshing because I feel that a lot of churches just sweep that kind of stuff under the rug. Truthfully, the biggest issue I struggle with is Jesus really the Son of God? Another big question I have is there life after death? And it's really refreshing to know that here at Kensington, like, I'm not alone. Everybody doubts. Even like the Pope and Mother Teresa, they've had doubts. I didn't know that. That's crazy. Like, that makes me feel so good. So I've done a lot through Kensington. The first thing I did was I joined a course, Alpha. It just really made me open my eyes and think about things in ways I never had before. I went on a women's retreat through Kensington in the spring called Smash. I literally did all the workshops I could because I thought, you know what? I'm here by myself. I know no one. I'm here to learn. And she's amazing. And just everybody I've come in contact with, not even the people who work here, just like the people that attend the service. I met 1 million people here that have been amazing. Nancy Worm, she's sort of like a mentor to me, and she's amazing.
She said, I'm turning 35. I need to answer this question. I need to figure out my faith, not just for myself, but for my family now. And I don't want to wait any longer. This is the year I'm going to learn everything I need to make this decision. Having that mission has really spurred her on to take step after step after step to answer the questions that she has. She wants to land this.
My heart is open and exploding. I feel so happy. Do I still identify as a seeker? Yes. My brain needs to catch up with my heart. I'm still in the beginning stages, maybe on like mile 10 of my 100-mile walk or whatever. But it doesn't bother me. I think once you take that leap of faith, once you take that leap and you jump off and you start your journey, you don't really care when it ends. You hear churches a lot, or people on the news or on TV, they have a lot of these aha moments when coming to Christ. But what I've learned is most people that find Christ, it's not this big aha moment. It's these little tiny things over the years. And I feel like that's me. I look at where I am now and I look at where I was like a year and a half ago, and I'm night and day difference, and it's amazing. My brain, the walls are coming down more, but it hasn't quite collapsed yet like I'd like it to. Does this blog resonate with you? Are you seeking? Come take this journey with me. They say a journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step. Take that first step. You will never regret the journey.
I remember that first meeting I had with Melissa. We met in the lobby and we sat down together, and she was so intense. She was searching for truth. We had a great conversation. I recommended one particular book. I think I actually even gave it to her, and she took it home and she wrote back and she's like, no, not this kind of book. I'm looking for this. So I gave her another one and she read through that, and it's been like that ever since. She is on a mission to find out who this person of Jesus is. And what I love about her, and I think it's true for all of us, we have questions and we have doubts about faith. Even myself, to this day, I still have questions and doubts. And I don't think God is up in heaven wringing his hands going, I don't know how to answer that question. I'm not sure what to do with that doubt. God knows. And what I love about our community is that we are creating a space where people can come in with their doubts, with their questions, and engage with Jesus and with his people. And so this year, I would invite you to make a year-end Christmas gift to Kensington. And as you do that, I want you to know something. You are investing in a space where people can bring all they have in their heart and present it to Jesus. And here's what I know about Jesus. After watching work for so long in our community, he will take our questions, he will take our doubts, he will draw us into himself, and he will transform lives.
Isn't that awesome? So I feel like I have this really unique place I'm in right now that won't last very long, but it's where I'm like an insider because I think this is my job and where I work and what I do, but I'm also kind of an outsider because I'm so new. Like I literally just started at the beginning of November, so I'm trying to learn everything Kensington right now and just understand us and what we've done and how we've done it and where we've done it, and just my family and I. My wife Nicole is here somewhere with our 3 kids, and we've twin daughters are 12 and our 16-year-old son. And just like all of us are just trying to understand this new community that we're a part of. And so I think only because of that I can uniquely say this, that I am unbelievably impressed with what this place has done. Like when I was invited to become a part of this, I was blown away. I'm like, yeah, I think this is what God is definitely doing. This is going to be such an exciting place to be a part of. And I thought I had an idea of the scope and the reach of the impact that this church has had. And I've come to realize in the last few weeks, I didn't even have a clue. Like this place has just been used by God to do so much to change people's lives. And not just here, but literally around the world. Like even as I was talking to my son recently, we were having dinner and we were talking about all these things and different stuff I was telling him that I'm learning. And we've done this and we've done that. And then over in Kenya. And he's like, wow. He's like, Dad, this place really impacts the world? I go, yeah. He goes, and you're on staff there. Are you ready for this? I was like, thanks for your confidence. But it's just, I guess I only say that because I want to echo what Danny said. I know this is that weird time of year when a million places and people are asking for something. And we're all trying to decide what to do and what to give and what to say yes to and what to say no to. And I'm just telling you, my family and I love this place and are doing what we're asking. We're investing here as well because it doesn't just matter. Like you saw it. It's changing lives here and all around the world. So I would just ask again, like Danny did, like as you come into the end of the year, just take a serious moment to go. Is this a place worth investing in because of what God's doing here and what he could still do? And if it is, then we have tons of ways that'll come up on the screen just for you to give to it and to be a part of that movement that is what God is doing here. So I am thoroughly excited just to be able to get to know you and for you to get to know me over the months and weeks to come. And one of the things I'm excited about is getting the opportunity over time to begin to help you hear little bits of my story and share bits of my story and kind of where I came from and why I'm here. Because here's the thing that I'm coming to realize more and more. I don't think that what God is presently doing in my life and my family's life that has moved us over the last year to leave the church we were at, to become a part of this place, I don't think that what he's doing there for what I think he wants to do in and through my family is all that unique. And I don't think it's all that different from some of the things he wants to do through your life as well. I'm just coming to realize, like, maybe I should have realized this a long time ago. I'm not special. Like, I'm just not a big deal. And if God has got interest in me, I guarantee you he's got interest in you. And there are things he wants to do in your life. And I just think that maybe my story, hopefully over time, will be a little bit of encouragement that, like, wow, if God wants to use that guy, then maybe he wants to use me as well and do some stuff. So over the weeks to come, I'll share more and more with you. But the one part that I will tell you right now, and some of you may already know this, I actually started a church about 12 years ago over in Warren called Paradox that's still around. They're doing great. They're thriving. You guys helped us get started 12 years ago. You're like, we did? Yeah, Kensington invested in us. And part of my job there as the lead pastor of that church meant I wore a bazillion different hats on any given day. But one of those hats was doing this. And every week I was the predominant speaker and voice. And in the process of the transition from me moving there to moving here, it just dawned on me recently, I have been off of a stage giving any kind of a message like this for over 2 months now. And that's the longest amount of time I think I've done that in over 20 years of working in the church. And so I think here's why I'm just telling you that part of my story right now. Because especially in light of where we're headed today, this idea of gratefulness, it just hit me in an overwhelming way this week. I don't even know how to tell you how grateful and thankful I am to get to stand on a stage like this. And every time I get to tell you what I believe to be the realest, truest, most beautiful thing about all of existence. That there is a God. That his name is Jesus. And that he is absolutely, wildly, and passionately nuts about every single one of you. Man, 12:15, you are wilder. I love you. This is my service now. I like it. All right. Don't tell the other services. It'll feel like I'm cheating on them. All right. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go to a story in the Bible, and the passage is called Luke. It's in the 17th chapter. So if you're tactile and you like your book, then go ahead and open it and get there ahead of me so that you're ready to go, and we do. We also put verses on the screen if you don't have a Bible. And honestly, sometimes it's just hard to navigate. It's like, I have one. I don't know how to find anything. So until that becomes more familiar, just use our screen if you need to. But Luke 17 is an interesting story. Because if you have a church background, then the minute we start reading it, you're going to probably go, oh, I've heard this story before. But I grew up in the church, and I can't think of a time I've ever heard this one taught. And so here's what makes it unique. Whether you've got a strong church background or no church background, whether you're sitting here today convinced that there is a God and his name is Jesus, or you're going, I don't know. And if there is a God, I don't know if it's Jesus. This is one of those unique stories that I think has the potential to say something new and fresh to all of us, no matter where you're coming from. So Luke 17 is where we're going to end up. But there's a story I want to give, or section of verses I want to give, that really sets kind of the trajectory of the morning. And I'm going to bring us all the way back around by the time I'm done to this place right here. It comes from Philippians. It was written by a guy named Paul. And Paul writes these words in chapter 4, verse 6. Do not be anxious about anything, but in every situation, by prayer and petition, with thanksgiving, present your requests to God. And the peace of God, which transcends all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus. So here's what I believe. I believe that God wrote this. We probably don't all have that same opinion in this room, but I believe through the experiences and the hands and the minds of human authors, God penned these words. And so it always makes sense to me, if we're going to try and understand it, to ask the author to do that for us. So I'm going to pray, ask him to do that. So Father in heaven, just kneel before you right now to acknowledge, even in my posture, that you are God. And it's just good. It is good to gather and to be together. And I pray that what you tell us is true would be felt in a very real way, that we're just a few of us are gathered, you're there in our presence. I don't know why, but for some reason, every time I'm with a church on a Sunday morning, that just is such a present thought to me. And so God, in this place where your presence is here, would you make it felt? Would you bring alive the scriptures as we open them up? Would they not just be some ancient text on ancient paper, but would they be fresh words that come off of these pages and feel literally whispered into our ears by your very voice? Do this for your good name and for the affection you have for us. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen. So really quickly, one of the things I want to do before we go any further, and this is always a good part of the church service where I think some people forget that this is part of what it means to worship God, is we're going to take up our morning offering. And this is also, if you're new, this is one of those parts of church where I know there's a lot of stereotypes, and many of them are duly earned by the church, where it's like, yeah, church is just about your money. Listen, if you're new and you're just checking us out, or especially if you're just checking out this whole church thing in general and God, like, let this thing pass you by. We're not trying to get anything from you, because one bottom line reason, we believe God is a giver, he's not a taker. So you just take from us this morning, but there's a lot of us here that Kensington is our home. And so we love this place and we love what it's doing. So as that goes by, you do what's appropriate for you in those bags. So thank you very much for that. So I got a question for you. And you're in church, so you're gonna have to be honest. Everybody say, we will. This section is not gonna be honest because you did not answer, so I don't trust you. All right, have you ever had a moment in life where you thought this, or maybe you even go, I said it out loud, or maybe you shouted it out loud, where you just thought, I just wish I was more appreciated. You ever felt like, can't see really good, but if you're a parent in this room, your hand better be up. And if you're a parent and your hand's not up, that's because your kid is under 1. You will be here soon. You will be here. My family and I, we live in a house in Sterling Heights that we moved into about 9 years ago. And I'll never forget the day that we did the walkthrough to decide if we wanted to buy it. There was this gorgeous silver maple tree in the backyard. Like, if ever there was a treehouse tree, like, this was the tree. And my kids even knew it. Like, when we walked in, they're all like, Dad, you got to build a treehouse. So that was it. I'm going to earn dad points. I'm like, yes, we're building a treehouse. And then you move in and you got to unpack. And then a year later, you're still unpacking. And life just takes over. And a couple years, and I hadn't done anything to build a treehouse. And I'll never forget the day. I was just around the corner from the backyard. My son's in the back, and he's talking to a friend of his named Anthony. And I heard him say this. My dad said he was going to build a treehouse. He never will. And it was like, oh. Not only did it sting, then I got like all these pictures of therapy bills I was going to have to pay one day. I'm like, all right, game on. Now, the problem is it was late in the fall, so we didn't have much time to work with. But I'm like, you know what? I don't care. Let's get the floor laid, and then we'll break for the winter. And then we came back in the spring, and we did. And we put that thing up, and he and I did it together. That was like our project. We even had people that were like, we're going to help. I'm like, no, you're not. Like, I want this to be the memory of just dad and son. And this was it. We finished it in the spring, and this is what we put up. Yeah. So when I get sent to the doghouse, it's all right. I got a nice one. And this is a little bit more than I told my wife it was going to end up being. But I remember when I finished that, I had all these like delusions of what my kids were going to do in response. They were just going to praise me and celebrate me and, tell everybody about how great they're doing. I don't know if you ever saw the movie with Tom Hanks, Castaway. And you remember when he makes the fire and he's like, I make fire. Like, that's what I thought like my kids would do. Dad, builder of things, he's my dad. And like they would do that to their kids and their grandkids and their teachers. And everybody would just know me as this amazing treehouse building dad. And not what happened. Matter of fact, a few days later, I came down I think I was upstairs doing something, and I was looking for my daughters. And I asked my wife, Nicole, I'm like, hey, where are the girls? And she goes, oh, they're outside. And I was like, oh, they're in the treehouse, I bet. This is going to be an awesome dad and daughter moment. Like, I just built it and they're in it. And this is why I made it, so that we could bond over it and they could love it. And they're over here embarrassed right now. Hi, girls. And I walked outside to find him, and I didn't find him in the treehouse. Luckily, I had my phone, and I snapped a quick video because this is where I found him.
Hey, girls. Hey, why did you build this little structure out of pallets that I had left over?
Because we wanted a fort to play in.
Because you wanted a what?
A fort to play in.
You wanted a fort to play in. Huh. Too bad you didn't have anything like that previously built. Okay. Just wanted to double check. Y'all enjoy your fort. Love you.
Right? I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. Let me ask you though, have you ever had a moment like that where you did something or you gave something or you went out of your way to say something and it was like, it was a pallet fort moment. It just seemed like nobody cared. And it just seemed like it was missed. And it seemed like it left you going, wow, they're pretty ungrateful. I'll answer for you. The answer is yes. If you can fog a mirror, then yes, you've had that moment in life. And we express those moments in a lot of different ways. Sometimes very passive-aggressively, sometimes aggressive-aggressively. Sometimes we bottle it up until it pops and explodes, and we say things like, if you only knew everything I do around here, or you have no appreciation for how much I sacrifice for this family. My all-time favorite for exasperated parents, I brought you into this world. Wow, you finished that really quick, didn't you? You have a 16-year-old too? Oh, yeah, I'll take you out of this world, right? Listen, when we do something for somebody and there's no appreciation that follows through, like that matters. And it doesn't just matter, it stings. It cuts. And there's probably a lot of reasons where we could talk about why it matters, but the one that I want to hone in on for a couple of minutes has less to do with my opinion and a lot more to do with tons of research that backs it up. There has been countless studies done on different test groups of people, some who are asked to make very intentional, proactive decisions throughout their day, to be thankful, to display gratitude for things that they have and things that are done, versus other test groups that are told to do the exact opposite. Be pessimistic, be negative, restrain any ability to thank or be thankful, and the outcome is unbelievable. As a matter of fact, in psychology today, one of those research projects boiled everything down to this conclusion: a lack of gratefulness leads to a loss of life. And it might seem a little bit extreme until you start to read some of the research. So I'm just one little paragraph. This is part of what I read in one of them. Gratitude is a thing that activates the hypothalamus, which creates this downstream effect on the metabolism, stress, and various behaviors. The hypothalamus is located at the base of the brain and regulates hormones that are responsible for critical functions such as body temperature, emotional responses, and survival functions like appetite and sleep. One of the neurochemicals associated with the parts of the brain affected by gratitude is dopamine, which is what? We know that is the what hormone? The happy hormone, the pleasure hormone, right? Exactly. So this is a very real thing. God has actually made us in this incredible way that something is triggered in your brain that leads to greater experiences of life by being thankful for what's been done and had. Isn't that amazing? And yet here's part of what that same project of research talked about, is that one of the dilemmas in our culture right now is that we are becoming, particularly in Western culture, an increasingly independent, self-absorbed people. No surprise there probably, right? And the problem with becoming self-absorbed is when we become more self-focused, we become more focused on what we don't have, what we haven't gotten, what you didn't say to me, what you didn't do for me. And the more we are that way, the less we are thankful for what has been said, has been gotten, has been given, has been done. And a people who becomes more self-absorbed become less grateful. A loss of gratefulness is a loss of life. A culture that's on path to become more self-absorbed is frankly a dangerous and destructive path for our culture. But here's one of the things we do. We like to take problems sometimes and think that when there's a problem, it's new, right? And that the solution would be go back to the way it was. We should go back to the old way. Well, listen, just because it's a problem that might be on the rise doesn't mean it's a new problem. It is a problem that has long been around, of us being tempted to make life all about us. Matter of fact, in Luke 17, which we're going to go to, some of you are like, golly, finally. In Luke 17, this is exactly what's happening. This is a story of 10 men who have need. And Jesus steps into that need, and then they're left with a moment to decide whether or not to display gratitude or not. And here's what's so cool about the story as well, and this is where you'll see some of the turn, is I think it's a perfect picture of what's about to happen in those waters in a few minutes. So Luke chapter 17, verse 11 goes this way. Now on his way to Jerusalem, Jesus traveled along the border between Samaria and Galilee. And as he was going into a village, 10 men who had leprosy met him. And they stood at a distance. Now as I go, I'm going to point out a couple of things that I think are important in this text. Because sometimes, what's important is what's being said. And other times what's important is what's being done. And so you have this moment here where you have these 10 guys with leprosy. And the text says that they're doing what with Jesus? He's at a distance. And I think for all of the ways that we could probably respond to the idea that there is a God and Jesus is him, you could boil them all down into two buckets. One is what we heard Melissa talk about. She's trying to find him. She's moving towards him. She's exploring him. She's trying to get answers to her questions. But the other is what these guys are doing, keeping him at a distance. And here's been my experience in 20-some years of working in the church, is that so often, I know this isn't true for everybody, but it has been true so often that so many people I encounter that have kept God at a distance have done so because they believe God's keeping them at a distance. They think God doesn't want anything to do with them. See, that's been this guy, or these 10 guys, that's been their issue, that's been their problem. They have this condition called leprosy, which I'm sure most of us are familiar with to some degree or another, but it's a skin-rotting disease. It is ultimately a body and a life-taking disease. In the Old Testament, there were regulations put in place on how to treat and care for people with leprosy because it was a deadly disease. It was a disease that could spread. But unfortunately, what happened over time, religious leaders took what was supposed to be a method to care for these people and turned it into a method to reject them, to make them outcasts. And it even went worse than just making them outcasts. They turned it into a spiritual thing. There was this idea and this belief that they were diseased because they had done something jacked up that God was punishing them for. Or maybe somebody in their family did. But on all of these levels, they ended up becoming these men that were literally, they're where they are. They're on the border. They are kicked out. They are pushed aside. They are rejected. They're not loved. They're not embraced. They're not welcomed. They're not cared for. They're just kind of put out to the border. And here's one of the things that you see in the details of the text that's so powerful. And it's something that I only honestly noticed recently when I was even getting ready for today that I've never really paid attention to before. And it's how Jesus travels before he meets them. Because here's what you know according to the text. He's on his way to Jerusalem. And from where he's coming, the quickest, most direct way to Jerusalem would be a shot due south. But the text doesn't say he went through the border. He's traveling along the border. And the border doesn't run north and south. The border actually runs west and east. More specific, it actually runs more like northwest and southeast. Here's the point. If he's going to Jerusalem, he's taking one of the most indirect routes possible to get there as he walks along the border. And here's what I love about that. To these 10 men who have been told that God would not want anything to do with them, that they are probably ill because God is frustrated with them, that God himself would keep them at a distance, that God walks the border, goes out of his way to come find those men and disregards any voice that says other than he loves them and adores them and will find them. He is our border walking God. And so he comes to these guys, and as he gets close, they're at a distance, they cry out to him. And what's fascinating to me is they ask the bare minimum of him. Verse 13. And they called out in a loud voice, Jesus, Master, have pity on us. So here's what they're saying. Could you maybe just feel a little sorry for us and throw us an emotional bone? And I love this moment because this is where some of us have been. And maybe it's where some of you are now. Is it maybe you're willing to concede that, okay, there could be a God. Okay, Jesus is him. But man, I know the stuff in my life, and I know my thoughts, I know my doubts, and so I'm sure I don't rate very high if I could maybe just get a little pity from him or acknowledgement from him, a little kind of emotional bone from God. And here's God's answer back to you. It would be the same that it was to these men. No. Because I want to give you so much more. When he saw them, he said to them, go show yourselves to the priests. And as they went, they were cleansed. And one of them, when he saw he was healed, he came back praising God in a loud voice, and he threw himself at Jesus' feet and thanked him. He was a Samaritan. And Jesus asked, were not all 10 cleansed? Where's the other 9? Has no one turned to give praise to God except this foreigner? And then he said to him, rise and go. Your faith has made you well. You got to remember, this is not like he just cured a headache. This isn't even they were blind and he made them see, which would be amazing. The condition they have has them completely ostracized. It has them living a certain classification of life outside of everybody else, on the border. What he just didn't just heal them physically, it healed them emotionally and relationally and entirely gave them a new reclassification in life and in society. He changed everything for these guys. Everything. And then what happens? Well, the pallet fort moment happens, right? Where 9 of them just go off and only 1 returns. And I love Jesus' response here. Didn't I heal like 10 of you and only 1? It's like, I'm like, are you being sarcastic? He's so snappy. I'm like, see, sarcasm. I tell my wife, sarcasm is biblical. You can't fault me for it. And I love the detail in the guy that returns, because it says, when he saw that he was healed, he turned around and he went back to Jesus. It almost leads you to wonder, did the other 9, did they not look down? Did they never have a moment where they went, what? Like, how did they not see? How did only 1 guy see? But then I wonder this, man, how often am I guilty of that? How often are you? Right, where we spend so much time asking God to do that we overlook what he has done. Where we ask him to respond and we overlook where he already has. That we ask him to move and he already is. And I'm not saying that you don't have a list of things that you legitimately need God to do and to move in. But I promise you, the only list that's bigger is what he's already done. But a self-absorbed people wants to know more about what he can do for us than to celebrate with gratefulness what he's already done until we look. The challenge is, would we be the people that look and go, man, there are things, I got a list that I'm asking you to do, but there are so many more that you've done. And so the 1 returns. And here's what's powerful. When we step into relationship with God, it doesn't just affect eternity, because sometimes this is what we think. We boil this all down to just being a heaven thing. Like, well, it's so we'll go to heaven one day. Okay, but what about now? It's not just about eternity. It is about now. Like, this is where relationship with God, life his way, changes everything. This isn't just about heaven. It's about today, tomorrow, the day after, and then eternity. It changes everything. And you see that here, right? Because at the end it says, he said to him, rise and go, your faith has made you well. 2 words here that are so important. In the beginning, when all 10 of them are in front of him, it says that he cleansed them. That's a reference to what just happened physically on the outside. That means that on the outside, obviously this disease went away. But then something else happens, because this word, your faith has made you well, that's an entirely different word. That's a reference to something that just happened internally and supernaturally to bring him into connection and relationship with God, his maker and creator. This is different, and here's what's powerful to me. It was gratitude that became the pathway that led him back to Jesus that made him well. God did something for him. He was thankful for it. He gave that gratitude back, and that became the moment of wellness for him. It changes everything. Go back to the passage I said I wanted to bring you back to. In Philippians, do not be anxious about anything, but in every situation, by prayer and petition, with thanksgiving, present your requests to God. Can we just be honest? We don't want to be thankful in every situation. There are a lot of situations in our lives, in this room right now, that if I was like, be thankful in that situation, you're like, what? I don't want to be thankful in this. But watch what happens. And the peace of God, which transcends all understanding, will guard your hearts and minds in Christ Jesus. This is where the way of Jesus is so paradoxical, but it works. It just works. Because we tend to think, I will have a different outlook on life. I will feel better. I'll have joy when life is good. But when life is frustrating, when life isn't working out the way I want, then I'll be frustrated. then I'll be pessimistic. Then I'll be overwhelmed. Then I'll be stressed out, right? So good situations in life lead to good outlook. Bad situations in life lead to a bad outlook. But here's what this verse is saying. The opposite is true when you do life God's way. What the author here, Paul, is saying is that gratitude actually changes your attitude. We're like, well, I have a better attitude if life was better. And he goes, no, actually, your attitude becomes a byproduct of your gratitude. Gratitude is a choice. Your attitude becomes the product. It changes everything. Ann Voskamp, she's an author and a speaker, says it way better than I do. So here's what she says up on your screens. Being joyful isn't what makes you grateful. Being grateful is what makes you joyful. Being grateful is what makes you joyful. So here's what's so cool this morning. We started off the whole morning hearing Melissa's story on the screen, and now we not just get to watch people get into these waters and witness a part of the story, but we're also going to hear one of those stories. So Jessica, who's one of our very own, is going to be brave and come up on this stage and take a minute to share with you her story that's brought her to this moment and to these waters. So would you guys just welcome Jessica as she comes on up.
When I was a kid, my family was very involved in the church. My parents led a small group. My dad helped set up for services when we were still at the Pankow Center. And my sisters and I were part of Treasure Island, Breakaway, and even Edge. However, once we got involved in sports, we started attending church less and less frequently. This resulted in us very quickly becoming CEOs, Christmas and Easter only. When my older sister went away for college, she started attending church again. After watching my sister get so involved, my parents wanted the rest of us to start attending again as well. Unfortunately, my sophomore year of college was a very hard time for me. Before the fall semester, I had entered into a very bad relationship. I was emotionally torn down, and my relationship with my family and my faith in Jesus Christ were tested. I was no longer attending church with my family, and I'd entered into a religion that I did not believe in. When the relationship ended, I was left very sad and depressed. I didn't understand what I did wrong. It took a very long time before I was finally able to see how poorly I was being treated and that it wasn't my fault. Although I came to this realization, I was still ashamed with how I ruined my relationship with my family and neglected my faith. I continued to hide my depression from everyone, but it ended up getting so bad that I finally decided to just give up and let go, because I knew that my life was now in Jesus' hands and he would take care of me. Right away, things started getting better. My relationship with my friends and my family started to heal, and I was no longer feeling down on myself. I started to attend church every Sunday with my family. I began volunteering in Kensington Kids, and I even joined a small group called the Fellowship of Christian Athletes at my university. I am no longer the sad and depressed girl that didn't know what she did wrong. I am the strong, confident, and loved follower of Jesus Christ who is ready to fully give her life to him.
What's so cool about this moment is this is literally like the 10 men versus the one. The people that are going to get these waters today, they're like the one that returned. There's going to be men and women who have had a moment where Jesus walked the border and found them. And maybe some of them, even kind of like those guys in the text, thought at one point that all they were worthy of was maybe a little bit of pity, and they realized that Jesus wants to give them so much more. Now, here's what's really cool. I don't think today is just about them. I think that there's some of you sitting out there right now that today is equally about you. You're like, whoop? Yeah, I think so. I think some of you came in here today and you were thinking maybe you were just going to church, doing the thing we do on Sundays, or you're here to support somebody, maybe even up in these waters. And what you didn't realize is that God had bigger plans because he already had you on mind to be up in these waters today as well. So I'm talking to those of you in the room that maybe you've had a stirring moment. Maybe even happened today, or maybe it happened last week, or maybe it happened years ago where you had a moment where you went, okay, there's a God. All right. And Jesus is him, and I don't have it all figured out, which, by the way, welcome to the rest of our circus. Neither do we. But you went, I think he loves me, and I want to figure out how to do this life with him thing. But you've not been in here yet. Here's my invitation to you. Today's your day, and don't put it off anymore. The God of creation has been stirring. If you felt that, that's him. That's not just feeling, that's not just emotion. That is so often how God begins to pull, to ask you to fall into his arms. And if he's been asking you to do that, then you fall into these waters. And you might go, man, I would love to, but I don't have stuff and I'm not ready. Hey, guess what? We are. You're like, yeah, well, I didn't bring clothes. We did, just for you. Because we have been confident that there is someone in this room who God has been stirring, that though you did not know today was your day, it is. So if that's you, here's all I'm going to ask you to do. You come down here to the front where we've got a team of people that have literally been praying for you and waiting for you all week long to make this your day and your moment to be in these waters. So at any point over the next couple of minutes, you come join them there. But for the rest of the morning, you celebrate what we watch happen here as God proves to us he is the border walking God.
I choose this day to be grateful, Lord. I'll give you praise with an open heart. I'm waking up to heaven. I'm waking up to you. I'm waking up to this day to be grateful, Lord. I'll give you praise with an open heart. I'm waking up to heaven. I'm waking up to you. Waking up to that are new. Thank you in spirit and in truth. Thank you, I'm telling you, thank you. Your faithfulness, like the sunrise, your endless love, reaching past the spirit and in truth. Thank you, I'm telling you, thank you.
it's a good day when in the back I'm getting text messages. They keep coming. This is awesome. This is awesome. Listen, we know some of you may need to go, but some of you may want to stay back until the last have come through the line. So if you need to leave, we understand that. But if you want to stay till it's done, then you stay with us. Don't forget, next week we launch our new series. The series is Brave, and it's going to take us all the way up till Christmas. And here's what I just want to say to some of you that are still maybe even trying to understand moments like this right now. Like, I don't get it. I don't know why people are doing this for sure. And is he for real? Know this. He is the God who is walking the border out of his way to come find you. And you know why? Because you're his destination. And if you will journey with us over the next month, just maybe he will begin to open your heart to the reality that he's nuts about you. And this will one day be you as well. Thank you so much for being with us or continuing to be with us as we stay here this morning. But you are loved. And if you leave, we'll see you next Sunday. And if you don't, we're going to keep partying together.